Hi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So he might have to. I don't know if you need a stream. I guess I don't know if StreamYard how that works. If because I don't know if I have a StreamYard account or I dropped him the link though. Let's see. Again, like just like Helm dropped out there. I don't know if
That's how you do.
yeah. I don't know
Yeah.
if because he's not really responding, but he's probably like just give him a minute. Let's see. What would be useful? Here's I don't know how kind of out there. This might be a little out there, but like one thing about the whole sensory deprivation idea, or the idea that like sort of like here's a thing. It's like I feel like in certain sci-fi movies, like that movie They Live, which I haven't seen, but it's sort of the idea that like you're being hit with signals all the time, as if it's like a way of like trapping you, just by like the sound, like around you, even if it's sound you can't hear, um I mean technically it's similar to hypnosis, right? That you could put somebody in a trance. um
Hmm.
like I kind of wonder the whole idea of like, just like you're saying, like the idea that when you're using language, um it's sort of like there's another layer almost that you're it's like it's weird because I was even talking with my mom the other day and I was saying, I even told her, I was like, imagine that we're talking right now, and I'm saying, I have what I think I'm saying and you have what you're saying, but like imagine that you're possessed by a demon and I'm possessed by a demon too, and we can't see it or understand it, but whenever I say these words, there's also a whole other thing that's being communicated from my demon to your demon, and vice versa. Like that kind of thing. Like that. There's a whole other layer. And you might wonder, well, which one is more kind of changing things in a good way or versus a bad way? Because we can only see, what we see. Um, but yeah, so there's kind of that perspective, and what's interesting. Um, I guess he's not gonna. Let me write one more message and see, because otherwise, I don't know if I want to go too long. Um,
You can see it if you're not that language and they speaking it. You can see it, which is demonic possession to me.
yeah, I've been
Is
I've
this
been trying to learn a lot, or I mean, I
is
haven't.
this, is this your friend ZEG?
Yeah, that's him. Dude is cool. Is really cool, but it's
Okay.
it'll be curious if there's like communication, like confusion here, because he's probably more used to like, you know talking like philosophy and stuff, like almost
I wonder, do he get, well, it won't let me say, it won't let me click for him to enter. It say edit name, kick from studio, ban from studio. I don't know why it won't. Maybe he need to leave out and come back in or something. I don't know. I ain't never seen that before. Okay. Yeah, I ain't never seen it like that before.
yeah, well, we have a habit of, or I have a habit of making stuff like that happen. Um, yeah. I'll see if so what's the error message again? Because I might Google that and see if there's something that'll
It's
tell me.
not there. It's not there because
Yeah, he'll
it's
probably be.
a edit name, kick
Oh,
something.
he's saying that his Wi-Fi has been super glitchy. Yeah,
Yeah, that could be. Hold on, he trying again, I guess.
it's funny. Even you
It's not
guys
even,
who.
it's not even showing his picture.
Yeah, well, I mean, he might have internet issues. It sounds like he says, um, but I don't think that's, you know. Technically, I don't know how many times you, Wayne, have, like, I see Helm and you guys did have, or Helm did have lots of audio issues. to me,
Yeah.
I'm a little paranoid about that, and it's like the number of times I see that on any platform is like 95%. You know, like it's kind of wild. I mean, maybe that's just the way it is because you know. Now let's see. He's responding. He might.
Yeah, it got his name, but it has like the little gray.
It's interesting. He's trying to respond, but then it's just.
Can he cut his camera off? I don't know what's going on.
Huh.
It just edit name.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, he was trying to send me a message, and it was just 3 dots, and then it just disappeared. So I think it's you know, it's the powers that be. What does that mean? I don't know.
Hey, maybe they don't want us to exchange.
No, because you know, I was going to say that's why. I mean, I would never really like, you know, not too many people that I talk to would like even like be. I mean, technically, this guy would not be on the same page of the stuff that we talk about, except for and from his own perspective, which is very different. But I have a habit of like being too productive, you know, like I have a feeling whatever, but it's weird because you know I also understand that like me like it's scary. That's one thing that I am a little. That's probably why I kind of sound paranoid sometimes because I'm like I realize that like I'm cautious because that in the same way that like you can sort of cross over to another side where you get stuck, you know, like it's the idea that like well you want to make sure that you're not gonna end up somewhere worse than you are now, you know, like the idea. And that's why like you know I was asking those questions earlier to try to figure out what are we talking about here directionally when you use these words and like what's bad and what's good, or what are you trying to say is, you know, and I'm still confused with that actually, like because you're saying you're using the idea of metamorphosis. You're saying that we're already in a way like
Domesticated.
yeah, but that when Helen brought up all these fairy tale things, like that was about domestication. And it's the other way around. You see, that's the other way around because the fruit is the chimera. I guess those are probably from Europe anyway, so you know, maybe those are magic. Those fairy tales themselves, you know, are like magic spell fairy tales.
Yeah,
because they're backwards. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
But it could also be Wayne that like
pick up the crumbs and you get to a sweet gingerbread house, and in that house is an evil witch that grade you ate you, like grade you ate you. Because how else would it invite you in, like Carrie in the movie? How would it invite you in to the ritual? It'll drop breadcrumbs to a gingerbread house. Because you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there where a witch eating you.
You know what's weird, Wayne, is the whole ginger. Like you know how they call people with red hair gingers?
Yeah.
Like there, you see, there's all this red hair stuff. Like what is that?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about, though. Like you see,
talking
it's
talking
very
about people with natural red hair and also.
I mean, it's hard to tell, but
now we say add to state.
Oh yeah, cool. I was about to kind of like wind things down, but not now.
Yeah, I don't know. I caught some of what was going on. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, that's fine. Wait, what should we refer to you, Zeg or?
Yeah, Zeg is fine.
Yeah.
So is Wayne?
Yeah. In terms of like where to go first, because like there's a certain how do I?
Well, from what I was hearing, I would want to zoom all the way back to some of these like civilizational issues, like where some of the first stuff gets kind of off, because we have histories and you know we have like the Edenic fall and stories from different traditions, but I kind of also wonder, you know, when natives are like talking about potential pathologies or deviations or the like the gradual hijacking of humans. I kind of want to relate it all back to diet and like what people eat, what they consume. But then I think of like Jesus saying, it's not what goes into a man that defiles, but what comes out, which kind of seems to portend something about how you process something and then what the fruit of it is.
Yeah. I've been thinking about, it's funny because lately I'm like, it's weird to admit, but like lately I'm like kind of weird about food and water and stuff. I'm like, I don't really trust the food or the water on me, like I just don't know if that's pure paranoia or if that's like, because I have no way to test that,
Well, like with the Garden of Eden story, like the snake is cursed to crawl in his belly and eat the dust, and we have to kind of wonder about like what we consume and what enters our portals. What our eyes consume, what our ears consume, what our mouth consumes, right?
Yeah, they put man made of the dust of the ground for each the flesh.
Right.
The man is mine.
Right.
It eats your mind.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, what Wayne had to say about that, like what the first sort of deviations are like in the history of humankind. I mean,
I have to make it up because I didn't witness George Washington. So I think
right.
it's all magic.
Yeah, because if you're present, if you're like coming from a present perspective, you really could
give birth to.
How can you say? I guess you'd be like, you're probably gonna be able to make a general statement about like a way or towards a better. In other words, hold on. How would I'm like.
I mean, we got to take it from where we came from, I guess, and then like every culture's every person's background is going to influence where they think their family or their culture got off.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking about.
What about George Washington's nephew? Like, why they tell me about it? Yeah.
I mean, I'm thinking about like growth and death. In other words, like if there's like that's why I brought up earlier. I don't know if you were listening. The idea of just you're the only person on the planet, you and your family, right? And you're passing down your language to your offspring. Like there's the idea that like that growth is good, so you're growing, and maybe even it's growth of culture is good, right? But then there's the idea of like the world now is this place where it's a sort of Tower of Babel world where instinctually, I think if you're somebody who is not sort of too sucked into the gravity of that, you're gonna have an instinct that something is, especially because it's difficult because it gets too beyond my capacity because eventually because it's you're gonna start saying, oh well, maybe you don't want to be too aware because couldn't you say that if you're entirely aware of like all the if you're too aware, you'd never even like sort of like find a partner. Does that make sense? Because that whole idea of that is that they're taking on the other half of you, I guess. And so you're gonna like stop doing anything that like like that they're gonna kind of complement you too. So in that what you're doing is so in other words, you'd start to sort of, if you don't use it, you lose it, and so you might start becoming. I mean, it's like that's my attempt at trying to say that like how that there's this idea of like we probably have an intuition for like what is a healthy world, but the problem is that you'd have to be aware of it, and the problem is that when you become aware of it, you become sucked into it too. Why is it that I'm really aware of it, but I'm not? But I'm also, it's confusing as hell. I'm just like you could say that. Like I feel aware, but by becoming aware, I'm sucked into it into a complementary way.
Doesn't it seem to get down to like if we aren't going to go to like inherited language in the sense of like a whole series of terms that we use that we all accept as isolating natural kinds, like this is a dog, this is a human. If it's before that and it's just pointing out this is and that's, aren't there some things that, you know, as a family or in a nuclear family, you just don't want to point out this or that because it would focus people's attention on the wrong things, right? Like you're not going to sexualize your children. You're not going to point to you're going to have some things covered. You're not going to point at that is the procreative thing when you're around your children. So there's some that's that are off limits. And so then what you're passing down is these series of thises and that's with food or with what needs to be done and trying to coordinate actions. And it's at the earliest levels of like, you know, what we point out of this and that gets people's attention focused on the wrong things or the right things.
Well, there's also just the idea that I think sin, or you know, like
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
it's the idea that you can't be like an Eden unless I guess you were. I mean, it's kind of this is interesting. It's kind of that kind of threshold point when you might wonder, is it possible to be like kind of homeostatic, like just like in the way that say if humans weren't around, we might think like, you know, populations of rabbits and wolves, like they go up, they go down, but they don't really. I mean, because technically in the long run, they're going to change, I guess.
Well, I think the same thing applies to animals. Like, you know, I saw this video on Twitter where it was like a bunch of turtles all came together and crawled up each other's backs to flip over this other turtle that had gone upside down.
I saw that. Yeah, that was awesome.
You know, like how would they know? They know the this and that, and what if they didn't know? And then that turtle like just exhausted itself and drowned or something. Like the thises and that's, I think, is in the animal kingdom, but I think we're meant to direct them, right? We're meant to help them, train them, and I don't know.
Yeah, because yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean,
just to keep it really simple, like, you know, I think if like Wayne said, you know, he said like he doesn't know about the history because I don't think any of us do. Because it's outside of space and time and mind, because we didn't experience it. So it's all conjecture, maybe. Well, so then what do we point to? We look at our own experience, and then we look at like how people become monsters or chimeras based on that, right?
Yeah. Sit in front of the camera.
You know, there's this idea of if something here's an interesting image. It's the idea of if something is top heavy, you know, like that it might sort of start tumbling, you know, because or if the center of mass, right, if the center of mass is off, then it might start spinning. I guess why I bring that up is this idea that you know, a lot of, I mean, there's it's weird because sometimes I keep trying to like sum everything up into one kind of gist, but it's kind of, I don't think I can do that.
What are you trying to make, like a disorientation metaphor where
no, well, I mean, I'm just trying to say that this is the idea of a metaphor of seeing people, like they talk about chemistry, like that you have a you know, well, they call it a valence. I'm trying to think of a normal word to use that's not, you know, like you know, you have a sort of attractive, you know, force or repelling force, right? But the idea is that like the whole point of like say men and women is that like when they come together, then they sort of like by being like in a pair that they are reducing like the amount of that force in each of them, right? So it's kind of like if you have two, say, I mean, it's, you know, it's a very simple chemistry metaphor, right? But it's the idea that they lower their energy state, right? Because of the bond, the energy goes into the bond. And so it's the idea that if you don't do that, right, then you have this excess energy. A lot of this is about excess, right? It's about how sin is a sort of like excess thing that builds and builds faster, like a Tower of Babel that's like speeding up, you know? It's this idea that, and the idea of like the threshold of like before language is this cultural thing, and before populations like become this, start to, you know, become this sort of thing that corrupts as you move up, you know, it's sort of then like maybe there's a sort of better like size. But could we say that? Could we say that? But how would is this kind of Amish thing? Right? The whole idea of like being able to enforce like that we stay there means we'd have to be aware of it, right? Like I would think that like earlier humans weren't. I mean, if they were aware of it, they wouldn't be aware of it in a way that would allow them to like tell somebody, and then they'd get the idea of like, oh no, I know exactly. It's like a, you know, having like the technology blueprints for how to make a nuclear bomb. You know, like, you know, you if you just have that, eventually somebody's going to come across it and actually make it. You know, like, but if it's just sort of like in your subconscious, your intuition, you know, then like maybe it'll last longer before it bubbles up again. But it's I've taken this perspective that it's, although all this stuff is like terrible, I guess, like I don't know if it's like entirely preventable. Does that make sense? Like it's kind of a not trying to be too.
I think it goes back to like whether or not you think human nature knows right from wrong in a primitive, like in a primordial way, or whether it doesn't, and we're fallen, right? Like if your perceptual systems are reliable enough, like and you're not, and you're in tune with Eden or the planet, right? Like you wouldn't eat certain poisons or whatever because you somehow get signals from different perceptual systems that keep you oriented. And because this stuff is all so it's all inherited. Like we can't go back to find out where things got first dislocated. But I feel like we all kind of presume to, because of the stories that are told. We try to like trace back where we got off on the wrong exit, and we try to figure out, you know. So I don't know, like.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's weird because I'm kind of so like confused, I guess, that like sometimes I'm not really even sure that where we think we are is where we really are. In other words, like here's a good example of a kind of weird, kind of schizo sounding story, is because I was stopping dreaming for so long, like I started trying to figure out how to like make myself dream again, or even I mean remember my dreams. And it was in the course of doing that, which I actually haven't been doing that much anymore. I need to again like be, you know, experimenting. I don't know the word, like actually like being more perception in the perceptive mode, the pre-theoretic, the pre-linguistic, even like kind of experience. That's why I mean, but it's weird because it's like if you just say you just stay in the room and you don't go out, right? Well, what would that mean? That would mean that you'd start dreaming a lot. You'd be like a daydreaming, hallucinating kind of person. If you go outside and start doing things, right? Especially if you're doing active things with your body, right? You know, like work or something, then that's going to kind of calm your mind, you know, so you won't actually be dreaming as much. But it could be also that you go out in the real world and you accidentally get tangled up with some corrupt sort of like structure that you shouldn't be, you know. That's kind of where my paranoia comes from. But to finish the story is I started doing this thing where I'd blindfold myself, right, when I would go to sleep, you know. Actually, the first time I did that, I had the most wild dream. Like I felt like I was just there was just my bed. And this is just a kind of, I think I'm pretty, I just fooled myself. I thought that I had woken up, but I was not, but I was still in a dream, and it was just my bed and it was all blackness. And I kind of sat up and I was like kind of freaked out, you know. And then it took like 10, 15 seconds and I was like, oh, I have a blindfold on, you know. But I did that. I've done it a few times, and one time I did that, and it was like I was hallucinating as soon as the point is you wake up and you try to take it off immediately because you acclimated to, you fall into REM if you're somebody like me who has these weird, in a way it falls into REM faster, I guess. Or
well, you probably, you know, the brain is a big organ. If you're thinking a lot and you're trying to abstract a lot, you probably use so much energy that you just like get so exhausted that you just go into the deepest, you know, sleep real fast, and then you come out of it real fast. Because like isn't the point that like if you're a little bit more even keel, like those transitions are a little slower, so that the time span for conscious memory and unconscious stuff to start to collide is a little bit better, so people remember stuff.
Yeah,
You know?
the experience though, real quick, is just I started doing this thing where I wake up and try to take the blindfold off as soon as possible. And the first time I did it, it was like I was hallucinating, but only hallucinating over. Actually, it's multiple times I've hallucinated. Like one time, it's like I felt like there was somebody in my eye, but another time, like I thought I was seeing like an object like on the corner.
Okay.
Where, like this object that was like shining a laser into my eye, you know, and I was like, huh, that was really weird. It's very like, you know, virtual reality type thing, you know. And I actually had so anyways, that's that whole idea that you know, that maybe it's a very much more Matrix type idea, I guess, that like the degree to which like reality is just like this human population growth that has turned into this thing where everybody because it has a corrupting system, it becomes part of the society itself, I guess.
A healthy social system is like, you know, I was talking to my friend. He was like, why do I always chase after edgy women, or why do I drink too much, or whatever? And I'm like, you know, any of our like a dog to its vomit pathologies where we're circuitous, it's kind of like we aren't around a friend that challenges us or is compatible enough, or a mate where we don't need those things, right? So when we're bombarded by a culture that's telling us what we need, say like you need to sharpen your concepts or something, so you're chasing after concepts. You know, some of the earliest diagnoses in psychology were like women and being neurotic, because the mind.
What's that?
Like playing fetch, like the concepts is the stick. You toss out concepts, and then you hunt for someone tosses out concepts like fetch, and the person chases after the concept. Like you need to be more sharp. You said, I think.
Yeah, the draw of the silvery fish is big in like Eastern philosophy, where you chasing after a thought, and the orbit of the thought and the catching of the fish becomes more important than being. And it's a pathology, because being requires all these different modalities of the self, but the, you know, cognition kind of operates on only one register.
It kind of reminds me of is it a cartoon thing where like a fisherman?
I mean, that's why it starts with like the knowledge of good and evil, right? Because thoughts can be, neuroses can be that dangerous, because you're focused on, attentive to the wrong things. The this and that and the here and there is like the wrong shit, right?
Yeah, the up and down, the pretty, the ugly. It's magic to me.
Yeah, it's sort of fairy dust sprinkling over the world, where we're caught up in something we shouldn't necessarily be caught up in. You know, I think the reference to the snake was something like, if you're caught up in that, I mean, I don't know, but I think this is like the reason why he eats the dust. It's a reference to like Democritus or something, where like, or like other atomists, where when everything is particulate and whittled down to like this reductionistic, you know, we have to figure out how we have to dissect everything, then you're eating something that's like just matter, just you're a materialist.
Worship of the flesh.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but in a weirdly abstract way, because, you know, concepts can entail their own, like neuroses can entail their own fleshiness. I don't know how to say that, but carnality, because, you know, sometimes it's about arrogance. I think with like Lucifer, you know, I'm so high, therefore I know, and my knowledge makes me higher than other people, right? So, but that's a materialism, because it's an arrogation of the self.
So, you know, I know it's funny because I don't know how many of my conversations, I mean, maybe I'm just being parasitic in my interpretation. But like I always feel like I'm being lectured to, I guess. I mean, not lectured to, but I'm being like be given moral lessons. I mean, obviously That's what.
No, that was about. I mean, that was about everybody, because I mean, that's what the fall is supposed to entail. That everybody's doing that. We're
Yeah.
all
I guess
focused
having a
on
hard time.
knowledge of good and evil in a way that is not in tune with nature. Our knowledge is outstripping our being, right? If your being is disposed to like
I was
it
called
being in tune,
Carnival being made into freaks.
right? I
Freak show.
mean, it becomes monstrous because things are skewed out of proportion, right?
Well, see, what about the whole idea of
This I can become like God
if
and
there's like
know everything.
what about the idea that
Yeah,
you have the Tower of Babel?
elementary,
The Tower of
yeah,
Babel.
the elementary, the God tree.
Like there's like two morals here, right? You have the Tower of Babel. That's like a giant social moral story, and then you have a story about somebody like, say, you know, a Faustian Lucifer or something, or maybe even an Adam and Eve fall. I don't know. I mean, what would be, because it's weird because Satan and Lucifer as characters, tropes, archetypes. I don't like to refer to them too much because it's just hard unless you like establish like. I'm not sure if it's like they're as universal as I mean, I'm.
Well, it's real simple. It's just that the image outstrips the thing. The image of
it's
the
a
thing.
false light, basically.
Yep.
It's a false light where you get pregnated by the world.
Right.
Because Lucifer is she loose. The whore of Babylon.
So
so it's a false light. Like it's darkness. It's nothing there, and there's nothing in the world. It's paint. It's a bunch of paint and images. That's the world.
Yeah, the way I try to think of it is like if idolatry is a risk, it's something like, you know, when we cut ourselves and we see a blood, if you didn't feel what that blood first gave you when you were a child, the alarm that you feel at red blood, it's kind of like looking up at the sun during the day and you don't see how powerful and how overwhelming and amazing the sun is as a star. Like when we lose, because it's almost like, you know, the image has become denatured and is false in a certain sense, right? So you can run this whole line where like eventually pleasure becomes, or pain becomes pleasure. You get these weird inversions where like people seek out pain and it becomes a pleasure, right? Like they seek out self-undermining, or they seek out self-destruction, or they seek out you know what I mean? Like,
it's weird because it's like, I'm trying to. I mean, here. Well, one thing to square is what about the Tower of Babel though? Like you didn't.
Well, that was just the fruit of like, you know, Cain thought he could bring a sacrifice from the ground, which means he thought he was good enough by his own effort to do something that only blood can do, only blood covering can do. Right. So
worship of the world.
Yeah.
The flesh.
Again, it's a materialism.
Mm-hmm.
But it's couched in abstract terms because, you know, it's knowledge of good and evil, or it's power that goes up to like knowing everything, and then all those sort of things, they don't look like materialism because they're so neurotically abstract, but actually it is the self-insistence in a way. If I know, I can conquer.
What about, so then how would you characterize the more present being?
Well, it's just that, you know, the place for everything in your being. You know, you're not.
So like, but it's weird because can you think about the idea of confusion, right? Like if you are presented with lots of sort of things that you have to, you know, that you feel that you have to sort of make choices over, but that you don't actually have the knowledge to make those choices, then, you know, you get this feeling of confusion, I guess, you know, or at least but then if you're if you actually are making like judgment after judgment, and it's such a way that you're sort of in a harmonious, relationship, with the world, that wouldn't be a state of confusion, right? It's just kind of curious how you characterize that.
Well, confusion seems to operate at so many different levels,
Agitation maybe it might be like
sometimes unconsciously, something's wrong, but you do it anyway. I think most people, maybe it's too Rousseau or something, but like the state of nature being that actually, your perceptions actually do give you really good information, but you just don't listen to it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about perception and
yeah. I mean, that's what I always try to take it back to, because I mean, I think however we came out to have the perceptions the perceptual systems that we do, I mean, I don't believe in evolution, so I don't really think it should be framed like that. But I think, attentiveness to phenomenological reality of redness or yellowness of the sun, those are supposed to signify something for us, but not stop at the signification. They're supposed to entrain us into the fullness of what it is. But usually, and I think unconsciously, we all know it. We know what green and what life around us kind of means with the blending of warmth from the sun and water, yellow and cyan making green. Like we kind of weirdly know the preciousness of green. But to be entrained into that is to fall deeper and deeper into it, and to be at one in your being with it. But if you just stop short and recognize, oh yeah, that's green, and then turn away, or you see the sun and it doesn't really affect you, then that has a different sort of signification or set of signals for you, right?
You know what it makes me think of is it that we all are? Is it this idea of, I guess, like human beings, in a space, right? And that there's a certain distance and density. It's almost like a star metaphor, right? A star, astronomers might, have. I don't know if I can actually remember, but a star. There is obviously a star undergoes fusion, and that's because it has, it has to do with its mass and gravity. And so the idea is that, like, okay, well, humans and their distribution and their density and their population, is that what dictates whether or not we have like a sort of more of us are in such a state, or is it the case that we're all just choosing to do that? I guess. Does that, because I mean, wouldn't it be that there are contexts where it's way harder to, like, you can't just do, I mean, even like, where I am now, it's like, I probably would have to go like live like in a kind of homestead way, right? Like, or, I mean, it's funny because Wayne was talking about something earlier in the last conversation. I remember thinking like, like, I wonder how just skilled would you have to be to like literally live like a hunter gatherer, but even hunter gatherers don't live by themselves, they have communities, and even they probably don't even like really like get by that way,
I think unconsciously you probably know exactly the woman you're meant to be with, but I think probably like Wayne's handle here, destiny reject us. I mean, we reject our own love of fate because we don't listen to things that are very quiet. I think that's why, the whole idea of something being like a soft voice of God or a Holy Spirit, it's sort of so deep inside things, a quietness that we could just reject it, right? And that be telling us our destiny, but just not listen to it.
Well, what about,
like, okay, take your example with the star. Like, imagine hydrogen decided not to fuse into helium. Like there's maybe some kind of mystery into like pressure and density and gravity and mass that like we're supposed to be able to read off that how amazing, male and female and gender is. But then like, what about the people who decide to like a dude that likes other dudes? Do you think they don't unconsciously know that that's wrong?
They wouldn't admit to, but yeah, I think that
I mean, I think they know, right? So then this is like about talking about this very quiet spirit of things that suffuses everything, and that whether or not I don't think we have any excuse, right? Like everyone's out without excuse. We could or
Well,
couldn't
yeah.
be listening to it.
I see. I mean,
So then, yeah, not homesteading per se, but no, anything you do, you should be able to know whether it was right or wrong on some like really primitive level if
I see.
you're heeding that, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That's pretty in line with kind of what Wayne says a lot too.
But dialogue in general, that's why there's a lot of oral cultures, because once you start writing stuff down, it becomes like an idol. Once you start sharpening concept, that's why there was a big push in Italy against the Medici, because they were dissecting stuff, and Da Vinci was even branded like kind of an evil person in their culture because he would just be willing to dissect anything. But, that might, like this Levin guy that you talk about with the planaria, he creeps me out because he's gonna like use magnetic fields to like grow heads on worms in weird ways to get like experimental data. Like, what is that? Like, is there no moral situation there with rats or with worms or whatever? Is that just completely we can do whatever the hell we want?
Making graver images of things in the heavens above, under the earth, and in the sea.
No, yeah, I mean, I don't really bring him up, to say that like what he's doing is like not morally questionable. He's definitely. He definitely like. I definitely get those vibes too.
Did you see him do it personally?
Oh yeah, well.
He's referenced the papers that it all appears in, and he talks about all the students that he teaches that are all doing the experiments.
You were saying if you start documenting and writing it down, it can kind of lead to idol worship or something. You said.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you didn't witness this person doing those things, it's you that's in your comprehension of what you're reading. You can see those things, which is you.
Interesting, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when you send a almost like solipsistic, I guess, because the idea is like, if I were to go off in a cave, right, then would I kind of fit that? Would that be like the best sort of way? I mean, you get what I'm saying? Like the idea that like sometimes I feel like it's a little too extreme, but then I'm actually not sure because I actually don't know what the result of that would even be in the way that you see it, I guess, Because remember earlier I was talking about things like I'm not even sure, if what we, all the reality that we assume is in front of us is really, even what. I mean,
some might say an earthworm when you said worm heads or something, I think you said. Some might see an earthworm, some might see a maggot, some might see, a grub, all different kinds of worms. So what worm was it? A worm head or whatever. So we are making it up. Like when you talk and I didn't witness it, I'm making up what you're saying.
Or you're trusting in,
You're trusting in a testimony of Levin himself saying that he did these things and he wrote papers, and that's true. But
actually me, it's actually me and my comprehension of what's being said.
So if oral testimony was only confined to anything outside of rumors, because also rumors were a form of idolatry, we'd be pretty confined to just our actual interactions, right?
Yeah, which is what's going on.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a really good point.
So it's kind of like it's kind of weird. I mean, not weird.
It's kind of like you join a cult, the American culture, if I can say it that way.
You know how when you had said that your story, how you were like, you said you were zooming in on Earth, and then all of a sudden it's like you had that perspective, and you were here, And I was saying, what that reminds me of, this idea of perspective, and that like is this idea that like it's like we're all demonically possessed, because what that would mean is that like we're sort of like trapped in a certain perspective, while the real present sort of kind of point of like contact with reality is not we're like kind of riding atop of that. It's almost like we're riding on top of the demon that's really possessing us, which is, does that make sense? I mean, it's a weird thing because
artificial intelligence.
Like there's a context to the way that, I don't know if I was reading a little bit about like possession, possession, not just kind of in the vague way that I might use the word. And I was thinking, because I was watching these movies, and I remember they seem to reference throwing up a lot, and so I was looking into vertigo, and I remember thinking like, oh, it's crazy because if you actually had vertigo, it's like your attention is going to get like trapped, and then in the dizziness of it, and then while your attention's sort of trapped in that momentum, then it leaves you susceptible to possession by maybe something that would have been like guarded by other means otherwise. And so the whole idea that like the perspective that we see ourselves in might not be the most sort of reality contact perspective. It might be a perspective that is
have to put all words down, because all words spoken of the mouth, because you're greater than the word great.
But what about violence? Because a lot of times I associate present
less, like,
what's that, Wayne?
We have to put all the words down of the mouth, because one is greater than the word great itself. One is lesser than the word less. Like, no one could tell you. I think no one could tell you. So it's greater than the word great.
Oh, sorry.
He who speaks greater is greater.
Right.
He who has the concept of perfect is perfect. He who finds important people is important, because you can't find it without being perfect. You can't find perfect.
So I want to back up to this thing I heard you say earlier, Wayne, about the McDonald's example versus what ought to be taught.
Yeah.
Like, wouldn't a bunch of the stuff, even in Black history, wouldn't that be rumor? Unless it was people coming up and telling their own personal stories?
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying the same thing, but I'm really, really pointing in the direction to get you closer to eternal life. It's, to put down McDonald's history and maybe look at your history, and then to put down your history and look towards eternal life. Because in eternal life, you don't write down things, because the readers will read it for you in eternity. And they have their own life to live. So in eternal life, you don't document your life. You document your life forever, right? You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, I was gonna say like
because it makes the whole like science project as vain as it really is, which is not something somebody devoted to science wants to hear.
Yeah, I was trying to get you out of the cave when I say McDonald's history and then your ancestors. Trying to, point you out of that cave.
I actually don't know what you were referring to with McDonald's.
Well, when I was in school, they gave us the history of McDonald's, or me. They gave it to me, and I felt they gave it to others too.
Like the fast food, or like
yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah. I don't think I ever.
Yeah, I think the whole point is that there could be something really banal that becomes a corporate superstructure, and then the kids are learning about all this, and it's already passed, but they don't even know like what their grandfather went through or what their great grandfather went through.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
we see Caesar, we think we do, but we don't see our uncle. Depends on where you live, cleaning the stadium.
Right.
Yeah. So
crazy.
you're
Right.
not in history. You're
But
the world
you're pretty radical about that, because it even goes down to like pretty much not writing anything down, because like you said, you could just keep detailing it infinitely, and what's the point? Because it just becomes like kind of rumor idolatry for somebody else
which is
downstream.
falling,
Like,
which is falling, right? Which is
right.
falling asleep or death, which is falling because we are studying someone else's life and you have your own life to live. It's false witnessing.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes science kind of impossible in a way too, though.
Yeah, because you didn't witness it.
Yeah.
Periodic table, the Temple of Solomon.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Because you didn't witness it.
Well,
So
what about
you make it up in your mind when you were talking about helium to
Right.
one of
Like I haven't seen that shit. I don't know.
no? Yeah, I
you
mean,
feel me? Right?
all I use is scientific metaphors because it's kind of I mean, I don't even know how I would.
I actually, I have a real big thing about this where, if I can't most things, but you caught me, and I'm sure I do this all the time. But if I can't reconstruct something phenomenologically with the actual experience or what its likeness, I don't feel, I don't feel like I have warrant to make the conceptual claims about it. Even I learned those concepts.
There's nothing in there. It's
There's
dark.
nothing in there. Yeah, it's not substantialized.
Yeah, between me and the carbon periodic table is darkness. On how they found carbon to break down or build up to other minerals and elements, it's dark. I can sound like I know what I'm talking about, like it's 200 and some elements on the. I'm not sure, but
it's a radical thesis, because it really I think, and it's a true man, I don't want to say it's a true one because
it's Lucifer. It's a false light. Between me and Washington State, it's dark.
Hey, what do you guys think? Okay, do you think that like everybody else is on the same page, or no?
Mm-hmm.
What is everyone else? That's what I want to know. Like, I don't even know.
It's what you told yourself it is.
Well, it comes through sometimes. Like you see the quote unquote reproducibility crisis in psychology, where they find out all this stuff is bunk. They can't reproduce results.
But it's you that's thinking they can't reproduce results.
Right. That's true.
Well, there's a whole. I mean, even the whole thing with
Because you're the only one thinking, right? Like,
well, the thing with quantum physics and like manifestation and stuff like that. You think that's true? Because if that's true, then then it's like that movie. Go ahead.
Forgive me. Go ahead.
In the movie, The Never-Ending Story, which was also a book. At the end, the kid, right, like the whole world gets consumed by the pessimistic, like sort of disorder nothing thing. I don't know what that is. I forget. It's like if it's anyways. But what happens is that the kid sort of like manifests the world back into existence, like as a sort of rebirth, But what's interesting is that, like, okay, if that kind of thing is possible, which you might think it is, because why would all these celebrities be doing rituals on the like, or at least why does it seem like media is programming us not just to think in a way, but to program our subconscious? Why program the subconscious? I just don't think that programming the subconscious is just a control thing. Like, I think it's actually they want to direct the part of your mind that is actually the grounding part of your mind. But what's it grounding into? I mean, if you're really grounding, like, then you're just grounding into reality, And it's like, if you change that, like, does that mean that manifestation stuff is real? And if it is, then what it would mean is that science sort of like is a sort of process of manifestation becoming more and more inert. So where you have less and less magic kind of going on. But then is that in that process, all manifestation ceases except for one manifestation, which is, this is the thirdness thing again, is all manifestation ceases except for the manifestation of manifestation.
I think you're struggling with like grounding problems. I don't know if you were struggling with these before, but I mean, I brought them up to you a bunch, and I think Wayne radicalizes that in a way that is a presentism that I think we're all unconsciously trying to face on different levels.
I see. So you're saying grounding in being, not grounding in like concepts that people define about, you know, physical substance reality.
Well, yeah, because we can always get so easily ungrounded by our language and our concepts.
Yeah. I learned that lesson, but a lot of these lessons I'll learn and then like not overwhelm my habit of like, you know, of how I think about. I just have a habit of speaking almost, or trying to explain things.
Well, it's like, you know,
the whole time I knew it, but I just didn't really like.
You heard of those like OCD cases where like a person comes into a room, they gotta turn a light switch on, like on off like 8 times exactly every time, and they can't not do that.
Yeah.
I mean, there are, you know, when you become ungrounded, I think the question is there a pattern that you're exhibiting that is unnecessary, that's circuitous, that's pathological, right? And it's, for me, it's kind of the archaeology of like where those things first get off, and then you got all these stories which you can't really heed because they're not your actual experience. And it's the same thing in science. If you can't ground it because it's not actually your phenomenology, your actual experiences, you know, you're just a concept whore at a certain point.
A memory card.
Yeah.
A memory card.
Yeah, because like look at the way you use thirdness. Like Peirce brought in thirdness basically reading. I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just trying to like go where the natural thing is here. Like Hegel and Schopenhauer were teaching at the same university. Hegel would fill out all his lectures, you know, with a packed group of students, and Schopenhauer would get like 1 or 2 people to show up. And Schopenhauer was asking these kind of questions about grounding, right? So if he was already finding what Hegel was saying about the dialectic as sus, as a concept back then, you know, 1820s, and yet it still made its way into culture and still like matriculated throughout into Feuerbach and Marx and all these other forms. But then unless you go back and read Schopenhauer's attacks, and they're still just 2 people who are being super abstract anyway, but at least one of them does have like serious grounding concerns, like how are our concepts actually grounded? And Peirce's thirdness is a little bit like that. I don't know that we know what this whole thirdness or the whole dialectic or the whole interpretation is an abstract concept, right? Like it's like a reification, and you make something concrete that was abstract, but it's not real, you know?
Yeah. I think it makes sense though, in the sense that, see, you're talking about grounding in being, right? Like grounding in.
Yeah. What other grounding is there? I mean, you can have ground other concepts, but if they're both empty and they don't have any experience back in them, what are they?
What I'm saying is that what's interesting is that people have kids, right? Like, so, like the way that you would think of thirdness is like, it's like the way I was diagramming at the end of the day was like that you have this whole, remember the whole Parmenidean thing where we were talking about like, I hear, you know, I just realized probably shouldn't get into like philosophy because you might have lingo where like dropping that. I don't.
What did you say, Wayne?
That's the ground where he eat the dust of.
Yeah.
Well, here, let me just make this point, and then we can turn this into like terminologically, maybe more like normal. Like I was thinking of this thing of this whole idea of like that there's, because again, I feel like a lot of times when these my conversations turn into, like orienting ourselves like in a better way, I guess, like the whole idea that like society, the opinion that society like has faults that might outweigh our own, like that always gets lost. Like I never talked. I'm the only person who like does that stuff, and so it makes me feel like either that's wrong, like, and that just no one, or that I'm just not really. I'm misinterpreting, I guess. But anyways, the being thing, it's just now this is like a non sequitur. Back to what you're talking about. Is the idea of like grounding in being, like, it's interesting because you have offspring and then a lineage, right? So what's your lineage grounding in as like I mean, or I should say
You.
like I mean, you could think of it almost like a DNA helix, right? Like although really that wouldn't be the right image, I don't think. But it's the idea that okay, if when I talk about thirdness is Zeg, is like what I like to use the like fertility life cycle metaphor of the idea of the fact that things sort of like die off or make sacrifice, but in a renewal way, so that they have offspring, and then the life cycle happens again and again. That the way I remember how I always, because the way we write, I always diagram that like as writing downwards, But the thing is, like being in terms of like a sort of existence is and the way that I'm doing it forward. If downwards is forward in time, then that's like rightwards on secondness, right? And like the ideas I think of like is like the whole firstness, secondness, and thirdness, feeling, action, reaction, and reason. When they collapse into like this sort of Parmenides being thing, it's interesting because it's like you're moving further out to the right, so it's like you have these two directions, right? And so it makes me think of that maybe they're not actually different, because that's the whole point of both of those, is that you're doing a sort of degenerate motion or I should say degenerate. You're doing a singularity thing where you're saying, oh, well, that differentiation that was necessary to become, specialized in a sort of holistic organism way of us specializing as, in our jobs and as men and women and as kids, adults, and old people, like. But then, you have to have the collapse, right? So the idea is that it is grounding, and it is by having thirdness be this thing that isn't thirdness purely, like a Hegel way or in like an unholy trinity Cancer way, but in like a way that is self-sacrificial. Then what you're doing is you're actually grounding in being. Does that make sense?
I mean, it could, if you're leveraging thirdness for like procreation in a weird way. I just don't see how that could be a thing, because your DNA helix is like, and this is me, leveraging concepts that I probably shouldn't leverage, because it's like genetics. What do I know about genetics? What do I experience? All I know is that two people came together and I had kids, and they're unique, right? Somehow they're completely unique. That, in the terminology that you keep leveraging, like in the grounding issue, if firstness is freedom and secondness is habit or determination, that it may just all be determinations. It may just be antinomies of sorts, like. And this whole idea of like society existing, like, have you ever met a society? Is that a thing? Like, what a family is maybe, but do you really know what a society is? You heard about what America is. You heard about what Bulgaria is. You heard about, some kind of thing, like some kind of culture, quote unquote culture. But is that even a real term? Is it actually grounded in anything? And then, yeah, you could go into lineages and pass on knowledge, but then you're in the whole realm of people being ungrounded again because they pass on idolatrous knowledge, right? So we don't know what that is. We act like we know what it is, so we use the term, and we can use it in all these flexible ways.
But give birth to the men now. They seem to share the lineage of themselves. Well, I mean, my idea of it.
Yeah, and that we'd all have to pad our speech with our idea of it, my idea of it, at every pass, because so much of what we think we can leverage in language is actually just my idea of it.
You made up. Wisdom of
Yeah.
the world, foolishness to God. Yeah.
No, I mean I don't disagree. I don't think with any of that. I mean,
Knowledge.
I don't even know. Maybe, yeah. Again,
Can't no one see what you're talking about but you.
Yeah, so I mean, the best evidence you can get is that you make some kind of abstract term and it actually leverages more determinations, and those determinations have like clear experiential output, you know? Like, but name one politic, name one sociological theory, name one anthropological or cultural theory where it had such strong determination, everybody agrees on that definition.
you know, this is interesting that you bring this up.
Nobody does,
I
right?
forgot to bring it up the other day that when I was talking about nominalism and realism, the idea that like, okay, well, you could have a perspective on this metaphysics stuff, but what I was saying was like a performative metaphysics. Like, in other words, it's the idea that maybe populations have to have different metaphysics, like beliefs. You know, like maybe people have to have different.
How do you tell grandma about metaphysics?
Well, okay, here's a better way to put it. Grandma, maybe people have to have different political, opinions, because if everyone had the same political opinion, it'd actually be worse than if we had different political opinions.
Do you think if the political opinion was that we all believe that only males and only females should be together, that would wreck the world? Or would it be worse if we thought males and males should be together, or females and females? Why should there be any disagreement about the potential politics of relationships? People unconsciously know.
Well,
yeah, no,
we,
but what I'm talking about more is just like, I'm not making an absolute statement, I guess. I'm just saying that,
but do you, I was using that as just a general,
I mean, in a way that does serve a function, right? Because, if you had a society that did that, then they'd die off. And so like, so the society that lives,
so then it's really obvious. But I think everything's obvious, right? In the same way that like what Wayne is saying is obvious, but we don't want to accept it necessarily because it puts limits on things that everybody thinks they want to leverage.
It's funny because we're talking here in words, but are you trying to say that like, okay, there's this the idea that you're forwarding, but you can't actually talk about it because,
just like race, you can't talk about race, but everybody kind of metaphysically, quote unquote, knows that like, when a black man sees a white man or a white man sees a black man, they know it's something real. And you try to talk about that with lineages, and eventually you look at haplogroups and you'd be trying to like over define everything. But in the end, you know that there's something there, just like with gender or just like with other things that have some reality to it that we may not fully comprehend. I don't think we even comprehend the mystery of marriage. Like we don't comprehend that, there's a perfect person for you out there, but you won't listen to where your spirit is driving you to that person. That's a mystery.
It's interesting because I feel like by you saying that, like we actually are saying the same thing, aren't we? Because I was saying this idea that there's some distribution, like of, we try to do this thing where we like do this. I mean, I'm bad at this. You're. It's not. I'm not saying you do this, but you do. We are talking philosophy using this.
No, even Wayne does it. He even has to say, quote unquote, my idea of, because he knows he's also overstepping, and like all of us do. That's the thing about knowledge of good and evil. Like it is there. It's lodged in the flesh, and it's like.
So yeah, but I guess I was only bringing that because I thought from your tone, I guess I was like, I thought, are we arguing? Like, because I thought we were just clarifying, because really we were saying the same thing, except for you did.
No, I was.
I guess, I mean, because it depends on what I meant, but I think I did. I'm not sure if I meant a kind of absolute statement, but your correction that, like, yeah, obviously every allocation.
Well, Wayne had said, explain metaphysics to your grandmother, and then you had said, well, don't we all have to have sort of a politic?
What I mean is that what I said is that people are going to have different political kind of beliefs, like and I'm not saying that people can have any political belief and that would be pragmatic, but I'm saying that if everybody was a carbon copy of one another, right, that has a certain way of playing out. And if everybody is entirely different, that has a way of playing out. the idea that like one thing is healthy through in a dynamical way, that like that everything isn't completely self-similar, doesn't, and if you wanted to try to describe what would be the healthy, harmonious way, you actually wouldn't be able to do it, and that's that's why I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, we probably are. I mean, I didn't mean to be polemical or something, but I guess, like when you bring the, a politic into it and it's potentially self-similar, I would want to try to find some grounding for it. And I would like go back to maybe Aristotle's, politics is grounded in friendship, and you can either treat somebody at one pole like intrinsically worthy as a human creature, and then at the other pole they're useful. But in between the two, there's some golden ratio of like shared interest where in some ways they're, you guys are gardening together and they're useful, or in some other ways you just appreciate them intrinsically for who they are, but there's some kind of strange balance. And yeah, maybe that's all politics ever is, in some really, localized interpersonal grounding scenario. And then your claim is hard to get traction on, because I think when shared interest is generalized, we don't know what that looks like except interpersonally. You can't really generalize what shared interest would be. How the intrinsic or the useful, how utility or just, sheer being could, what it looks like outside the confines of two people working together, or, like climbing a tree together, or whatever they're trying to do to get food, or whatever, like that's so localized. And then people lie to themselves that it can be generalized. And then they create all these structures around how it could be generalized. So then I don't know what, like, having a politic that is more or less similar, or shouldn't it be diverse? Yeah, it should be diverse because it's completely localized. Right. So then what does it completely localized mean? Well, you don't know except the people who are immediately around you and the immediate experiences that you're not writing down.
So I guess from that perspective, would you say the whole idea of emphasizing or like critiquing social pathology, or like a sort of like, you might say, like that doesn't really make sense?
That's already wrong. Yeah. And some, that's why I mentioned, Jesus saying, it's not what enters a man that defiles, but what comes out. What's weird about that, potentially, and he didn't write it down. Somebody else wrote it down, because it probably wasn't meant to be written down. But, what it potentially means is something like, you can't tell somebody else what is bad or good for them. They can, some people can process more stuff that's toxic or poisonous than other people and still have good fruit. Other people can eat stuff that's really puritanical but still have bad fruit. So you can't really judge, what the Arisbe or the Zeg or the Wayne is going to do with what they experienced. That's sort of black boxed. It's extremely near and dear to their own being.
Fortune telling. Right.
So then you can't make any judgments. And then if that's forsworn as being able to make any judgments, then a whole lot of this sociology stuff and politics stuff just goes away.
Yeah, I mean,
Yep.
I'm not gonna, I shouldn't have brought up politics. I was just trying to think of like something normal my grandmother would understand, like a word of why. So yeah, I mean,
well, it probably gets to some kind of family story that is or isn't believable because we're too far flung.
Politics. She didn't know nothing about that stuff.
I don't know. My grandma didn't either, but I mean, well, I'm sure she voted or whatever. Actually, I'm trying to remember her talking about like whoever. Oh, George.
In our compulsory education laws, I mean, since I homeschool my son, we read all this. The whole point of getting quote unquote educated is to have civic engagement, so like who or what you're voting for. That's the only reason. Which is pretty weird to think about. Yeah, because it's all also inherited, right? Like these fake kind of stories.
Yeah.
McDonald's.
Yeah, mine's screwing.
Which means, like, I think that's why quietism is powerful. Like, in the end, a lot of if you're more and more concerned about grounding issues, you can say less and less, which might be a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hear the crickets now, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, I don't have any conflict. I mean, what do you? I'd be curious, Zach. How do you? What's your I mean, because again, if we, for a moment, I guess, don't take this trying to be as present way of speaking and this phenomenological subjective, like if how do you see the world like today? Like in other words, I guess you're probably gonna like like relative, especially because you're like I imagine that you could probably like start up a conversation with like any big brain person, and then like how would I put this, like you do pretty well. I mean, I was going to say something more arrogant, but I mean arrogant in your favor, I guess.
The world don't exist. Prove it.
I mean, what about this? Do you think that it's helpful to think of a person as a singularity, or to think of them as a multiplicity? Like, in other words, like I like to do this thing where you say, in order to communicate between me and you, especially in language, right? It helps if we have a sort of complementary roles that we take in a conversation, so that like we are kind of working as a team. Maybe our conversation is just like we're brainstorming on how to fix some object or something, or maybe
the light is the law, right? So in the body, the sun is a star. I heard the guy say earlier, and the others. So in that star body, right, we are in the body of Christ.
Yeah, that reminds me of like what does the eye say to the ear, and like the different functions of the body, and everybody has different callings, right? So who are you as an eye to say whatever to an ear? And it ups the ante on how we recognize the other and what their role is, what their calling is.
Yeah, how can they use diagrams to explain how you see?
Right, and then there are, parts of the brain where we are endowed with concepts that can unground us, and maybe somebody's expertise at that is their calling, and it's hard to judge that too, and you can't really, it gets real tricky there with how a body stays together and organically is a unified star body, right? Like that's why the church fails so much, is because even its own members can't really see each other for who they are. The hand doesn't recognize the foot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, think about how many failed churches are out there. A lot of it comes down to like you were saying, Arizbe, like, well, how do you actually coordinate these things? Don't you have to have a common language where they can coordinate? And yeah, I don't have an answer for that. I mean, somehow, we didn't create our own bodies, so how are we supposed to know that? I mean, except that we are that. And I think that's why the problem of language, just like the problem of race, just like so many problems, they're so anterior to our knowledge. They're so
to some, and to some it's not. If the Son of God is God, then in him is God, which some will agree. So in you is your Father. And I feel on earth you the son of your Father. You and your Father are one.
Yeah.
That reminds me of, if a son asks for bread, would you give him a stone? You know,
Mm.
how much more would your Father in heaven know what's right to give you? And He gave us all a body. And so some questions like this, they're like pretty pivotal because it doesn't seem like humans are aware of how to treat each other, how to recognize who that other person is. Comes down to like, well, God already gave us all of it. You know, like we have more than enough to know that. So it's a non-issue, even though apparently it's an issue.
Because we educated
Right.
and we can do checks and balances and stuff.
I don't know. I mean, it's from my perspective of a non-issue. It might also it's difficult because there's the whole you were talking earlier a while back about emotion, I think, and maybe like the idea that you might have said like you're not scared like a child would be of like your own blood, or you look at the sun and you're not really like to me like I'm very much like the idea is like I don't really, even though we're having this deep conversation about like these like I mean like I also at the same time don't really know if like, and at the same time anytime that you guys characterize anything as like sinful, pathological, bad, or worse, like half of me is like, like maybe okay, if I can't if that it doesn't really resonate with me assigning like that as like a major fault of my own, I still am thinking things like weird things like like, well, maybe it is just like I have amnesia, dissociative identity syndrome, but then I'm like, or maybe like what I'm experiencing right now isn't my full self. It could be like that. I haven't seen that movie, but that everything everywhere all at once, it's like maybe here in this universe, like I think I'm like a decent guy, but actually I'm like terrible in every other universe. And actually my actions in this universe actually like because they're like maybe not balanced enough like that so with every statement of like value about some imbalance, like I have myself thinking things like that, but yeah, anyways, I took so long to say that I forgot what I was trying to say.
Well, what are you tasked toward? Like, I mean, in so many different ways, I could see that you have a childlikeness intact to want to solve problems together and assume everybody's coming from the best place. And all I meant by that blood and sun stuff was like, be childlike, where you're overwhelmed by things in a way that's like open.
Yeah, I just saying that. I just don't see if
if you look at the way Peirce is driven by Hegel, if you look at the entire trajectory, it's very evolutionary in the sense that no form is hitched to anything. It's like, this is why, when Schopenhauer was writing against Hegel, he was criticizing the whole dialectic thing. And then Nietzsche out of Schopenhauer was saying, we need to look at the body again, the mystery of the body and presentness. There's a whole grounding attempt in that.
But what about like binding? Like the thing is, binding is what society is. So
I don't know.
If you think that
which is easy.
If we have these issues with like say language, technology, like they come from the fact that the size of the social body and its runaway growth itself.
No, because really everybody, 7 billion, 8 billion people are all still just one friend vis-a-vis another friend who are trying to have a shared interest. We can put like state parameters on it. We can put nation borders. We can do all this stuff with quote unquote society, but still just a bunch of humans. They have to coordinate.
And you making it up.
And everything else we're making up, right?
Yeah, the 7 billion people you didn't witness.
Well, so you're saying that, but it seems contradictory, I guess, because like, is it like the thing that Wayne pushes the most is the language thing, right? Like, but it's also, you could just frame it as the being present versus being controlled by things that that you're like sort of assuming. I guess you're assuming that's how the idea that we just assume everything, because we are so, and especially somebody like me who's kind of I guess asking,
which is ask you me, right? We ask you me in.
As you what?
Ask you me. Assume. ASS. You me. Ask you me. Assume.
Assume, yeah. But see,
Like graduate and educate.
could I here?
Hey, so let's go back to like you've read the Book of Job, right?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I haven't actually, but I know the story.
Okay. Like there's a big section toward the end where it's like,
I probably listened to a lot of
who can draw up Leviathan with a hook? Who can put a hook under his tongue? I mean, who can say whatever to Behemoth? And then God says to Job, I gave you your own right hand after all this stuff had befallen him. I mean, one of the ways potentially to take this is that, your left hand is close to your heart. So it's like your intuition or something. And your right hand, since it's far away from the heart, can reach out and like strike something or defend and to, have some kind of power. And so we were built with this sort of antinomy, this sort of asymmetry that we're supposed to be able to read off of to some extent, like you're unconsciously jumping with your left foot. You think your left side is weak because you go to write a note in your left hand and the writing looks terrible compared to your right hand. But you know that actually your left foot is expert because you're trying to land on your right foot. And then you don't believe it, but then you go to try to jump with your right foot. You'll see you're shit at it. And nobody realizes that they're left-footed, even though they're right-handed.
Damn.
And it's very strange, right? These things are so anterior into like our being that we forget about them. And what are the ways that we forget about them? I think is that when we try to artificially draw up something like a giant monster that's supposed to be like Lucifer, some kind of almost perfection, some kind of dragon, but that's fallen. We have to seek to do that by what? Hooking somebody's tongue, getting them entrained into a certain kind of discourse or conversation, which you may or may not should be or shouldn't be into. So then it's problematizing the being of Behemoth. He's deep in the swamp. He looks up, out of the marshes, and the reeds and the wind are blowing, and it's this supreme power of, I guess, the way Hobbes takes this is that Leviathan is the monarch and Behemoth is the parliament, but that a single individual versus a social, even in the earliest days, was getting problematized, like the left and right hand not knowing each other. Like, don't let your right hand know what your left hand is doing. Those kind of strange, sayings. We don't really know the significance of that. It's very deep and mysterious, just like we don't know about, marriage is, the mystery of the body and the joining of the body is very mysterious. It's before us. We didn't create it. We're not creating organisms in test tubes. We're not designing gender. We're not designing left and right-handedness. So what we do though, is that we do pull up other people with their tongue into a discourse and a way of thinking that may or may not be more or less right. And then we all get like kind of off on that trajectory. And then the question is, what's the fruit of it? And for me, like when I look over the whole Hegel Peirce type thing, where thirdness or the dialectic, the firstness and secondness has to have some kind of synthesis or whatever, like that seems to be on a cosmological frame that's assuming so much. What he says is something like, well, no form is permanent. That's almost like saying no body is perfect, nothing is special, right? And so then everything's entropy or everything's wild, blind will, and there's all accident all around us. Oh, what does that do? It takes our minds to a place where none of this stuff really matters. Be as accident prone as you like.
To evolution.
Right.
Survival of the fittest.
Right. And that takes the total mystery away from the body, right?
So
the one thinking that the false authority has the authority to tell them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
I rest period, like
feel like it is very Job. I feel like I feel personally like very much like Job, actually, like in the sense that like if you, but just on a social level, not really like anything beyond that.
Yeah,
Really.
all the things that befall you are just circumstances of the world, but God gave you a right hand to assert yourself, to correct yourself. And then everybody's going to come up with reasons, but it's all actually a mystery. Your four friends and your wife, they're all going to give you some excuse.
Which is my story. The mystery is my story.
Yeah, I think actually black culture internalizes presentness in a way that is, way outpaces, definitely white culture in that white people in general are very much prone to the allure of science or of concepts in a way that it makes them pale. I mean, it is a sort of divestment, right? Instead of a consolidation in the skin and a being present, it's a sort of translucency that and that has to be some kind of mysterious antinomy, right? Like that there's something about that translucency that has an asset to it, and there's something about opacity that has an asset to it, something about being present and something about being flung to the winds in time, trying to solve things way down the road that we shouldn't maybe be thinking about too much, or maybe we should, or it's just the calling thing.
Fortune telling. That's fortune telling to predict things of the future and stuff like that. Fortune telling. Tomorrow have enough problems of his own. So that's fortune telling to look forward to tomorrow and what to eat. Where you say those that seek to save their life will lose it.
I see that what you're saying.
Consider the lilies of the field, right? Like they don't spin or toil.
Yeah,
but they're
just
clothes.
Like the spider in your trunk when you go to the outing in the park or something, and you open the trunk, it's a spider from maybe your neighborhood or who knows where, and you drop the spider off in the park, and it lives. I think education is why if we was a spider, we'll try to get back to your house or wherever you picked us up at.
No idea what you're talking about.
But you sound frustrated, Arisbe. I mean, like it's not. I'm not trying to like
weird tone thing going on. That's like, I'm like, I don't really know why. Because to me, I was gonna say earlier that like, because you were like, I don't really think things are so serious, maybe, but I do. Here's a good way to put it. In the same way that like I don't often experience like anger or like joy, I guess, but I often experience like just the kind of meaning. Which would be kind of I don't actually like I'm very much like apocalyptic oriented in terms of like this full cycle renewal perspective, thirdness pathology. But I also but at the same time it's like I also don't think it's a big deal, which is an apocalyptic perspective to me. Like it's to someone who's like kind of like doesn't really think that when I say it's a big deal, I mean it is a big deal, but it's not like, but it's also like I don't really think that it's like even worth like getting worked up over. I guess I don't know. I mean, I don't even think that we have really disagreed that much. It's just that I'm kind of ignorant, so when I say things like they're like very first, they might be very like the first time that I put something in, in that way, in that context. And so like, I just have a lot of anger. And so I don't really like the idea of like that their tone could kind of drift into this thing where it sounds like we're like, people having like a political argument where you have like 10% contention or something, like it's weird to me because I don't even know really what I believe, like, I mean, I do have these things I say, right. But like, they're very still like nascent to me. And at the same time, I guess say like the other part is that I obviously I don't even think that it's really that serious, I guess. I mean, it is serious, but that's the thing, is that like I don't really think anything that's serious is serious. I don't know, what does that mean? That sounds bad, right? But
let me draw an analogy then, like between what I call the fourthness that is just the body closure. You got all these things being preached about continuity and accident and entropy and all these concepts, but insofar as they take us away from grounding or presentness or the body, I think there is a stance that the body has to take. Just like you going outside, if all these forces were trying to spread you to the wind and you were to just stand, people would see that as you being obstinate or like picking a fight with the wind. But that's kind of draws my mind to this whole idea that there's a prince of the air. What does it mean to say all is vanity, it's a vain striving after the wind, except that the wind curls and twists and turns and goes willy-nilly over everything? It's not necessarily a bad thing. That's like the mystery of the wind. But when a prince is doing that, and they'll just do anything that pleases themselves and make slaves, do whatever to aggrandize themselves, we see the wind as signifying something whimsical and arbitrary, right? And that the ground and being rooted is something attempting to take a stand and be non-arbitrary, right? And so there's that tension, natural tension. And Tolkien wrote about this. The reason why the wizard and the hobbit, he's kind of talking about the white man and the black man, and the Asians and the dwarf and the Arabs being like the elves and the dwarves. That there's these strange antinomies that he tried to tease out characteristics, and the hobbit's purity by being grounded vis-a-vis the wizard who is ungrounded, who could be like the Saruman that's like capturing the winds, or it could be a turned wizard that was not seeking that. The only ones that can carry the ring of power are these people who are grounded, who are hobbits, who are close to habit, who are close to the earth. And so it's not meant to be, the stance or the presentness is not meant to be an attack on the air, except insofar as the air's responsibility to be, a force that, think about what the wind, if it had a will, what it's doing. It's almost like when it blows through the grass or blows around your house or blows around your body, twists your hair around, it's touching and feeling the contours of everything to try to almost like define everything, right? That can't be a bad thing. But then when arrogation presents something like, I know what something is, and it's leveraged specifically to feed itself. So a prince feeding himself, dominating other people. That's the sort of totalitarian, I know what things are, listen to my one ring, it's going to call all the other rings and bind us. So it is this curious play of like binding spirits, winds, and what the forces are around us. And, I don't know exactly how to talk about all that except just painting that picture. But it didn't mean to be like polemical against the wind any more than it's already sort of a polemic against everything, because it is completely flexible, right? It's like spirit. Very hard to define, indefinable even, like spirits, maybe if you can name a demon, you can bind it, right? What does that mean? Is it something like maybe some spirit wants to twist things this direction or that direction, and now you've taken it on in yourself. And then the question is, do you really want that spirit to have power over you? Maybe that is your spirit. Maybe there is no confusion. Maybe that is who you really are. But then the question is it? And that's how the tongue and language, it's like the womb in our mouth. Like if you touch your forehead and then your eyes and your nose and your mouth, then you touch your face and your breasts and your stomach and your genitalia, the wombing of the fourth in the genitalia area or the womb is parallel to us speaking words in our head, where, just like the eyes and the breast parallel, the mouth and the tongue are paralleling the womb. So we bring into existence, other beings, but we also speak into existence things with our words. And it's that definiteness of words that's kind of being problematized, right? You have definitely, 32 teeth. They're very clear, but then the tongue is like this muscle that's flapping around like the wind. And you're trying to make phonemes and make clear words. But if people are using words like society, but we don't even know if there's a reference to that, like a clear referent, what we really mean by society. Does anybody really know is that even an object? Maybe it should be a banned word, so to speak, because it's a spurious conception. It's an inherited false form that we learn, we were educated to say, but it shouldn't even be said because there is no such thing as like society.
That was amazing, but
Socialism is
it's funny because when I talk with you guys, both you guys are like, I'm just like left like thinking like, huh, like I still don't know if
social.
like I just don't know how long it's going to take me to like, because I'm not really sure, Zeg. There, were you like, what were you? What was the purpose of all that? I mean, that was amazing, and I understood all of it. But
if my criticism of like Persean thirdness was too harsh or something, it's only not. I mean, it's only meant in the register that the wind is like a dangerous thing to try to come to grasp with, right?
I see. And
that what is the ultimate purpose? It's sort of like, white identity crisis. People talk about, self-hating Jews or whatever, but really, if you think of like the real, global game changers because of colonization and whatnot, and quote unquote science, white people want to be like somehow saviors, but also the most abusive at the same time and justifying almost anything. That duplicity is almost like the wind, where because you've defined things, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, injecting themselves in people's colon.
Right.
Yeah.
And so some of these primitive antinomies are, I don't know what we should read off them or if it's even like cogent or anything, but
some of that was amazingly like interesting, like for me, because
Tolkien tried to show it with like the two towers, right? Like Saruman and Sauron, it could be Solomon and Solon. I think it is. He's playing with language, right? So as a wordsmith, he's leveraging language against itself in a weird way because he's trying to say something about this, tall lording over you tower and these two tall wizards. And, Sauron is a disembodied wizard, right? You can't even he doesn't even have a body anymore. So he truly is like the wind. And then you got this other character, Gandalf, but he's a servant. He runs the earth and he tries to get the hobbits to get along with the dwarves, and the dwarves get along with the elves, which is like an impossible crisis. And he's selfless. So the calling, I think Tolkien was trying to say something like the calling to white people is something like total selflessness. Even if your project is the irrigation of science or something, that doesn't work unless you're utterly selfless. And then that is a grounding issue because then you're looking at other people that have a different view of the world. And how do you be grounded with them and their opinion and their experience, which might far outpace your own because they actually are grounded? How do you factor all that in? And so it's different forms of grounding. It's another fourfold, it's antinomizations, which, like polarizations, you make of it what you will. But
what about, I brought up to Wayne earlier because it makes me think again of violence. Like, how does violence factor into that? Because it seems like, you might say, well, things would all be harmonious. So there would be, if there's violence, it would be violence in a sort of, least worst way, I guess. But the idea again that I guess taking that perspective, it seems like that there's a good chance that you could have, if you get it wrong, it's like you would have violence, right?
Well, you'd have violence. Why would love have to come bring a sword? Like, you'd have violence if, say, you give somebody a body and they don't listen and they just go around the earth rapaciously devouring things like a lion, seeking to whom they may devour. and there's not any kind of lion lying down with the lamb, and there's no sort of harmonious training of all of our instincts into love, like, you know, there's going to have to be a sword. There's going to have to be a limit.
Yeah, it's funny because I often always talk about how like the modern world, anyways, is. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
You know, they say the opposite of love isn't hate; it's indifference. Because, you know, insensitivity is the spurning of the body. It's not recognizing the mystery of the things that we're already, you know, given as gifts. And so it's an attunement issue, right? We've been given a gift to be attuned, but how many of us are striving with all our might to be attuned?
Well, it's weird because, I mean, you guys probably have friends, right?
Because the language is blocking them from what you're saying. But by you putting a title on it, attuned, some don't know what that means, so they don't know that what they have is not being attuned or attuned.
Huh. But children kind of know because they're not really that involved in language. That, you know, you kind of see them feel that something they're doing is wrong, and then they get that giddy expression on their face that they're going to seek it out anyway or something.
But how do they know you call it attunement?
Yeah, they don't even know, right?
Yeah, when you put that title on it, a person get lost.
Right.
I'm not even following. What is what do you mean by title? I mean, I know obviously
Like, names are titles.
Okay.
So if I say a person is attuned, yeah, okay.
It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's the reason why, you know, Taoism or like the Holy Spirit, these things that shouldn't be named, right? Like, the way, you know, the way is used both by Jesus and by, you know, like different traditions, because, you know, it's not something that you should name, like attunement. That, I mean, that is a great point.
All of it.
You know what's interesting is the whole
by everyone being named you, when you're talking to one you, all you can feel you talking to.
You know, that I don't know if you guys are familiar. Maybe Wayne is. They use the word entrain, like, and when they talk about like TI stuff, because that's a neuroscience term for like synchrony, brain synchrony, and or even just synchrony in general. Like if some oscillating thing, probably like through. I didn't get too technical, but what it reminded me of is the idea is that, okay, you can be entrained to language, right? In other words, you sort of become synchronized into the lockstep of the way that the language as a sort of egregore, maybe, like, you know, but then you can become entrained at the low level, right, too, right, of things as like sort of energy, you know, acoustical, optical energy, right? And it's interesting because I mean, obviously, I always talk about the idea of like being really combative and protective against anything that, like, because nobody would, I don't know if it would apply to everyone or to just a few people or even TIs or whatever, but the idea of like I'm very aware of the idea that like I'm either myself, because it's contextual and I can do this sort of like enough of a quasi experiment to say, oh, well, you know, it does seem that it's not just me doing this sort of thing that, like, you might say is a OCD thing, maybe, you know, like people with autism, for example, they can have like energy attention things where they'll just fatigue their minds. To me, it seems external like that. So what I'm saying is that there's an entraining that goes on, you know, even with, to me, I see entraining in nature. It kind of freaks me out until I like, because I'm trying to understand, you guys, when you guys go into your more sort of mysterious, symbolic way of speaking, the more indirect, like I even listen even more, but I'm like, because I'm more like, okay, well, I'm trying to make these decisions, and again, I started to like, it's funny because I take
to look to the truth.
Talk about myself like in this. You guys probably don't do that hard. I mean, I do it like almost every time. Now I'm realizing.
Precept upon precept, line upon line. You look to the truth, and then you can basically almost hear all things.
It's just the idea of entrainment, presupposes that it doesn't, but in most cases, like something is going to be like energetically, like dominating over the other, So the idea is that even the whole idea of being in harmony with nature is weird. Like this idea of perfect existence, I use this, it might be cringe or cheesy, but I like the word super existence to talk about like this Parmenidean being, the idea of being like without a context, because the context is being. There is there's no context. It's just, or there is context. But is Ziggy there?
Yeah.
So yeah, you're the memory card.
So I kind of wonder, like, it's kind of scary because it's kind of saying like, well, if you're just you, how is I mean, and although in me it would be weird because I would see myself differently than most people, but still, I mean, shouldn't I assume that like to be like that would mean that you basically just like, you wouldn't really be conscious even, or would you? I mean, it's weird because it's like, okay, well, I mean, I should, maybe a better question is, would it be good or bad? I guess it doesn't matter if it's conscious or, zombified or whatever. It's just a question of,
like I was saying, in eternal life, you don't write down your life. You don't document things because you'll document them all your life.
I see. What were you just saying? Like memory card? Memory card. Okay, it's funny that's actually more apt now. I kind of get that more. The idea of memorylessness. That is kind of like present.
You are the place to put all the things that were placed.
And it's interesting because like, what is memory? But these feedback loops, right? What is memorylessness? It means that like you're sort of a perfect loop that but it's weird because it's like, would that imply that you're actually, a part in a whole, or would that mean, and again, it's weird when that frame things this way. It's because I'm like paranoid of the idea of like, I look around the world and it feels like I frame things, right? Because it could be wrong, but it does.
We're all in your body.
Is this like a field particle thing? I mean, what about the idea? When you talk about the sun so much, and like, I don't know where I came across it. It could be some of the weird things that maybe somebody said. Maybe you, Wayne. I don't know, but I think I actually thought of this something myself. Is the idea is like, there are these. What's the Schumann resonance? The ionosphere, the Earth, the atmosphere, upper atmosphere. The I'm not even sure what it is. Like what exactly is the signal that they're recording? Is it the propagating electromagnetic waves, I guess, of a certain large band. Anyways, that they record that, and I remember, like, every once in a while, especially on Twitter, if you follow enough conspiracy stuff, which I don't really follow that much anymore, you'd see all these people like, look at the Schumann resonance today. What the hell just happened here? Have you guys seen that stuff? I mean, even if it's on Twitter, do you guys see people who always make a big deal about like, oh, what happened today with the Schumann resonance? You guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
They basically are saying like something weird's happening with the sun, and thus like the Earth's, outer kind of atmosphere is responding in a way, or maybe not even, maybe it isn't the sun. I always kind of associate it a lot of times that there's something's happening because a lot of times if there are solar flares, right, then
realize one they can see.
But anyways, I bring all that up because there's two ideas. One is that I did this whole little like, explanation once where I said, well, if the Earth's surface is where the living world is, and if humans are where like the technological like layers of skin, had like accrete, of a Tower of Babel, then like would it be the skin of a person is like where like the next layer is? If you think of each layer as a slice, like and it's like, and then what's the layer of the sun? Is it the surface of the sun? Really, it's really weird. And if that's the case, I mean that's really pet pope kind of dream think, I guess. But it kind of reminded me like the idea, like, okay, well, what if you are the sun and like you're here at the same time, like so that like if you get angry, then the sun gets angry, like that's pretty weird to say, but like sometimes I feel like that you guys are like kind of like talking in that way. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, saying you the son of your father. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's such a cool idea. Like I kind of not gonna say that like I believe that, but I swear, like when I see so much synchronicity online with and that like I'll do things like take a nap or something, and I'll be like, huh,
Any man on earth,
kind of get weird.
any man on earth on how your tongue is made, on how to make your tongue. Ask any man on earth. For one, to me, you're gonna tell yourself what they're saying. You're gonna tell yourself what they're saying, and to me, only your father can make your tongue. So that's what I mean by the son of your maker, the son of your creator, son of your God. There's so many ways of talking about him. See, language is blocking. I think it's blocking from seeing the truth. It's because your idea of what
of back and forth, like that you're entrained to language, then you're entrained to a more grounded reality of you're present of being present, because language isn't pulling you into your future, like kind of speculative. My speculating habit. That's a great.
When people are talking, you should only see your true life, because that's the only truth you know.
Yeah, I mean, it makes me think of like, if you go to a jazz show and somebody's improvisation really affects you, and then you go try to explain that to somebody.
I wouldn't be able to explain.
Like you can't, right? Like
yeah, especially I get what you're saying.
So like I think Wayne was right. I think Wayne was right to call me out on the attunement word, because it is like I guess when I rethink it, I'm really thinking of this like if I'm gonna appropriately generalize, it's really tricky here. I would say something like, smooth muscle tissue, which is in my body. I know the concept, but is I kind of, from what I've read, your pupils dilating, and your heart pumping, and your rectal sphincter regulating flow, and your erector pili muscles on your skin, and your hair standing up. When's the last time you heard a song where you got a skin rush, where like the hair stands up on the back of your neck, and you're like, you just felt something all condensed all over your, know what I'm talking about?
Actually, I had goosebumps today because
like that rushing sensation I'm talking about.
Rushing.
I call it chi.
Call it what?
I think that's what's called chi.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Well, so what I was thinking about that is like, you were talking about the atmosphere and different layers, and then like the skin and whatnot. I think one of the ways to talk at this is that if you took the sum of your experiences that were really present around people or around music or around whatever, that you felt a crystallization happen, almost like, like that rush where like, people talk about
than the piloerection.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like you can almost feel your skin contract.
Yeah, I can almost because I am very I don't want to divert the topic, because actually maybe you should just finish and then
Well,
Sorry.
no, yeah, you send me a lot of music and one of the ongoing conversations is probably like, what the emotions are like, what the
What's the backward like?
but music can be used as a drug. So then the question is something like, what is this giving you when you're hearing the lyrics or you hear the tones could do certain things, their chords or whatever, or if you hear really good improv or whatever, like what is it simulating in your will or your emotions that makes you feel like something congeals in a way that's like self-realizing almost, or like conforming. It's like a confirmation that you exist almost, because think about it, it's like your boundary tensing up to say yes, that's you.
Yeah, that's
but
pretty cool.
but it's like excited by an experience, right? And that experience has to go through various levels. Like, not everything is going to do that. Maybe somebody's smile does that. Maybe some other smile doesn't do that. So there's clearly levels of like affirmation or confirmation that you exist. But then it's highly localized, right? The question is something like, if the winds and the surface of something, like, you know, like you're saying with the layers of the atmosphere. But if you think about it, like in a terrain sense, you only have a finite time on this earth, a finite number of people, finite number of trees you're ever going to meet, finite number of bugs. Even if you lived like a 1,000 years ago and you're traveling far on like horseback or like just hiking or whatever, there would still be a boundary to like how much you explored. So if you're living in the present moment, yes, there's this sort of um, forgetting that takes place of like your concerns are immediate. But the more you've traveled and remember a place, say you have experience somewhere on a cliffside where you almost died, and that same cliffside is calling to you again, or some tree that you got fruit from, or some person that you interacted with. Those are all horizons, right, that pull us out beyond ourselves to maybe re-experience those people again and form a deeper relationship with. And it could be, like a sloth climbing up to the top of a tree and sleeping 10 hours a day and then coming back down and pooping like it could be that kind of relationship where it's just you and a tree, or whatever. But what I'm saying is, like, however globalized across the skin of the earth, or however globalized the experience is within all your organs, we kind of, I guess what I mean by attunement is something like, if you took the sum of all the things that were affirming your existence or confirming that you exist because of usually we experience it with love or with like heightened sense because you could see something or feel something you couldn't feel before. Then it's like the sum total of those and where they direct you would be something like this terrible term that I was using, like attunement.
Yeah, attunement. Which is that just to be tuned to?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. Like, I mean, I think it's right to say that this is also a misnomer because I could only derive it from past experiences where I had this kind of experience where, like, a skin rush or like, how good a hug could feel from a certain person.
I'm pretty sure I could, through external means at least, induce like a piloerection, like pretty regularly if I'm tired, especially. That kind of makes sense actually that it would be that when I'm tired. But like I probably have that a lot. I mean, I could like increase it a lot if I wanted to. I mean, I just don't. The reason I brought it was I was going to go down a tangent, but then stopped. Well, maybe I'll just say that now. Is that I the only reason I become interested in it because it's sort of the best defense to sort of detrain you. Is that a term to unentrain yourself from sort of like coupling, this lower energy phase coupling, typically acoustically, like they'll put you in a fatigue or trance. That's I used to fall asleep all the time, but I realized that's what it was. So I developed like ways to combat that. It's really pretty simple. Actually, I got the idea from Jurassic Park. Which I already explained to you, Zach. I don't know if Wayne, if you have that issue, but it could also be that's not I've said before, maybe that's not an attack. But it's, I don't know. Like, to me, when I fall asleep, it's only for like, seems like to be seconds. But there seems to be some sort of like information like exchange or something, because when I do that, it's like the world is aware of it. So because like there's a weird correlation. Say what?
You're the only one to watch.
Right, but you don't really mean that in a way that.
Yeah, literal.
I mean, well, I mean, weren't you talking to that other? I mean, you would say that if Helm was here, or you could even be saying it to Zeg that I just don't.
Yeah, anyone that when you look at the camera, who was watching? You're the only one to watch all your life.
Or another way to say it maybe is like flip the whole thing and say, what do you really feel responsible for? If what entrainments are things that you wouldn't de-entrain, and they might be really few. Like it might not, like if you feel like you need a cigarette or a drink, you might realize, oh, I don't really need those, and then work yourself away from them. But like a person, like your own mother, would you want to become unentrained or detached? Like you probably wouldn't or shouldn't. Or maybe if it's abusive, maybe you would. But the point is, like, we kind of have these wired things of like finite time, finite number of people, and then some things that we're beholden to that we shouldn't want to be entrained to, and we might be able to define those.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're talking about it generally, which obviously that makes sense, and I would even use that kind of frame or terminology maybe sometimes, but typically when I'm talking about this piloerection stuff, it has to do with like only this entrainment that is acoustic phase, frequency beating, and so
I mean, we should probably all unlearn English. I mean, it's a terrible language. We're not going to do that, but we probably should. And we can't unlearn music. Like people all around the world hear music and respond to it. It's like a universal language. So, like the question is broad, but it's sort of still scoped down if you think about it. There's some things you just can't, you're not going to unlearn color.
I don't understand. Are you connecting that to this phase beating?
Yeah.
So you're saying that, I mean, because to me, it doesn't, like, if I were to say to you that there's an environmental ambient thing, that would be direct controlling you, and you could stop it, but you had no idea why it was happening, and you suspected that it was happening like to lots of people, probably worldwide, really. I mean, but not everyone. Who knows? But maybe. But then, like, why? I mean, wouldn't that seem like kind of be concerning? I guess. Like, I mean, I just don't see how you would be like, maybe. I mean, I do agree that it doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad or good, right? But I just, I don't know. I have this really, you probably know this. I have this really naive kind of like way of seeing things, where I think like the values that are sort of presented in that naive way, like that you see like in movies and most cultures worldwide, even if you kind of really are, well, is more, more. I mean, well, just ideas that like I interpret those values a certain way, right? But then, when it comes to this subtle stuff where you know nothing about it, like all I can do is still use that frame, because I mean. So I just don't know really how that could be. I just don't see it as unreasonable. I don't see it as like, it's not like even a close. I don't know. Maybe I'm being too qualifying everything.
Yeah, language. Eat of the tree of life.
Because the context that we're in is like psychotronic weapons.
Is it the tree of life?
Yeah, eat of the tree of life, when nothing's in English.
I don't know. I mean, you gotta realize that I have like
I mean, we talked about this before, like we inherit the German words for God and Gott, but like what's behind those two sounds being too related to each other, like
what was God again? And when
you got something like.
Oh God!
Sort of shouldn't be related to God. So like this whole Germanic influence on the tongue.
A T is a D.
I guess it is only different by One's vocalized. That's like the one.
The house. So a T is a D.
Right.
The whole like place of articulation of all those consonants, that would be an interesting thing to run through. Like,
Keep it like that because it's all Egypt. It's all Egypt, right? But when you keep it like that and interchange vowels, then you see that like blank. Oh no, I'm trying another one. Bleak, bleak and black. It's the same thing. Or like what you were saying, God and God, it's the same thing. So when we was little, we would try to say, the GD word, we'll say GOT, dang it, God dang it, right? And the elders were like, still don't say that because you still doing that. You still saying GD. So a T is a D.
yeah, I mean the number of that space of like adjacent words in terms of like it depends on how relaxed you want to get, I guess, because eventually you get out to where, like you were saying, you changed everything, but it's it's just a huge space that we can't really like be expected to be too, except for after the fact, right? You say something and then you analyze it. I mean, that could I imagine people get very OCD about that, like in the same way that people get OCD about etymology, like to where like everything they say they immediately okay, but and we should probably, I don't know,
well, phonemically, every time you say a vowel, you're basically saying a pitch, and every time you use a consonant, you're basically using a noise which is related to rhythm. So you are using music, but it's confined to these associations that other people built up for you. They're not universal. They're based on some perverse pyramid that was built, the capstone, all the bases serving, and everybody speaking that tongue.
A bastardized language.
Yeah, and so we're already given language. We're hearing the crickets, or we're listening to the birds, and we're supposed to be sort of, I think, attuned, to use that word again. Like,
well, yeah, unless you're paranoid, like me, like because
no, but so go back to that whole erector pili thing and your skin like rushing. Like imagine, like you said, if you could have more and more of those experiences, still your like circadian cycle is you're gonna get tired, then you're gonna get energized again. You're gonna go through the daily journey, and at the peak of your energy, you have an opportunity to interact with the people you feel responsible with, and make the best of that, right? So a hug or a smile or love or whatever does the things that builds interaction and confirmation that you exist with these people and they exist with you. If you were to multiply those out, I think there would be like a music and a rhythm and a tone to it all, that then we shoot all that through and inject it with somebody else's language. What does it become? Like what the hell does it become at that point? We're speaking like German basically with a smattering of like Latin, and we're bringing in German culture or Roman culture or all these different Phoenician culture with us. Like, should we be
order out of chaos? Because what we're saying is not what we want. Nice means stupid.
And like there's the whole what is it, de-education? No, what is it? What was the John
unschooling or whatever?
Yeah, like I feel like you guys are like you got to do the education thing, but so I'm like, huh? But I'm just like
a boar that goes.
Sometimes you guys sound kind of what's the word?
A pig that goes to the wilderness become a boar. A pig that goes back to the wild, it becomes a boar again in 30 days. So we return to the truth of God.
So like you're saying that, I mean, because I was gonna say you guys sound kind of urgent, but I'm just like, huh? Like I'm not really sure what exactly you guys are trying to say.
Well, like the urgency of cold does the same thing, gives you goose skin, right? Like what is cold? It's thermodynamically a bunch of stuff that isn't happening at the rate that your body wants it to happen at, and it's shocking. You get in a cold shower, or you get in a cold bath or something, and your skin does whatever it does. It's doing something similar to the rush, is confirming that you exist by some alterity, some otherness that's so strong and so alien that it confirms that you're different from that. And so then your skin tightens up. It's kind of confirming that you're different. And so it is urgent in a sense. We're not all going out and suffering as much cold as we might maybe should be or could be, to be wild again, to be wilded out into nature where like the boar returns, like, but that is a question of, again, like the pyramid question, like what kind of necessities have we been hustled into that we think we need, right? That we all inherited. You run inside to get comfortable and warm again, and you're probably going to have a lot less skin rushes. But then if you're up against a song or a person that's challenging you and there's something good that comes out of it, you feel that confirmation and that rush again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's almost like the whole pathology of avoidance syndrome, where like, avoidant personality or something, where
I got a book the other day. It's called Self-Handicapping. It's interesting. I haven't read it though, but it reminded me, because it made me think of, oh, well, what about, again, I did the Tower of Babel thing, because I say, well, what about social self-handicapping? Because I see a duality. It was all our pathologies. I see duality between,
well, again, there's no social. It's just like you and me talking right now, or you talking with your mom or whoever.
One thing I should bring up is, like, I feel like you guys are both like so good at talking in a way where I can't really tell what you're trying to get at, but it's actually very interesting, and you tend to usually agree with your points. But then, like, I kind of wonder, like, because I lack that capacity to sort of be aware of what's going on communication wise, that I'm sort of like being like I'm in a communication situation where, I have no advantage or not even advantage, but it's like an unfair thing. And I kind of wonder, it means that I'd have to trust you, right? But I technically don't even know you guys. So like, I kind of
true. Like what I was saying about the screw earlier, and when you screw to the right clockwise, it goes away from you. When you screw counterclockwise, it comes towards you. So when you're reading like from what is called left to right, you're kind of reading clockwise. Like you go from the left, then you go to the right down, then left, then to right, then down, like a spiral or a spring. So
I see
you're
that in 3D. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, so when you see the truth, then you precept upon precept, line upon line. Then you can see all truth. Like you could I don't know how to say it. You can see it. You can see nothing but truth and all truth. When you read the law of God, like the sun shines from above, that's the law. Like you drop something and it falls down, that's law. When you screwing something clockwise or counterclockwise, going away from you or towards you, that's law. No matter what language you speak, no matter what you're doing. You kind of get what I'm saying? The law to everyone. Like you get wet, like if you feel wetness, to feel wetness is law to everyone. Yeah, unless you have like some kind of nerve situation. Y'all kind of feel what I'm saying?
I mean, it's like natural law, like, or not only natural law, but just
Law, period. Like, period. When you have a seat, right, you plant yourself on the seat, which is, they call it gravity. But that's law for everyone.
sometimes I feel like you guys are like, I don't know.
I think what he's pointing out here is like, what do you expect to get out of the situation? I'm just interpreting here. I may be off, but like, if you're dialoguing with people that, you may or may not, really know where they're coming from or whatever. If you're in it for like crystallization of ideas, but somebody else is trying to appreciate something that it's just already given, it's a given reality. Like it's hard to appreciate, the weight of your butt on a chair, but it's maybe a necessary appreciation because it's there. So then like there's all kinds of different things people are going to be trying to come to terms with. And you know a friend is I think somebody who, again, it makes you feel like you don't need the things you don't need, right? So you come unstuck from those like circularities. And then, well, what are the things, maybe some of the things that are feel like the right lines of flight, the right trajectories, maybe from another perspective they could be circularities, but that's all, different from individual to individual. So then it comes back to like calling. So then it matters who you talk to, because they may or may not be on the same page, or they may be complementary to you. Like, you know, it, you know, I guess there's just so many different levels of like what confirmation means. People talk to confirm things, right? Like, in a sense, to challenge each other and to confirm things, to find things, to discover things, and sometimes it gets us unstuck, or maybe makes us more stuck because language is what it is. But to get at what you were asking, like, everybody has to know why everybody else is involved for you to really feel like you're left out or you're not, like what people are talking at. And usually people don't know, why they're even engaging. But I mean, I think light is a good metaphor because, but then, yeah, there is false light kind of thing. And it's tricky, right? Like,
Yeah, it's magic. It's magic.
I mean, in a sense, probably everything I've said in this whole conversation is like a false light. I mean, first of all, I said it in English.
Yeah.
And then second of all, we're not people who hang around each other, doing the same stuff together, having dinner together or whatever. So like how grounded can any of it really be, except we're sharing ideas or thoughts or opinions?
You can only see your true life.
I
think you should be able to see your true life when people talking.
Yeah, what resonates with you, and be real about it.
Yeah, so everything they say can be true if you just see your true life.
Yeah, and it may not even be something that you can process that in the end gives you good fruit, because that's, again, like, it's not what enters a man that defiles it, it's what comes out. So it's hard to say even like what is. You can't prejudge a conversation and be like, well, I didn't get anything out of it, because sometimes a month later it's like, oh, that's what that guy was saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would never. I'm not saying that. All I was saying was that.
Like, that was more to myself. I mean, I feel like I think that's universal. Again, because language is such a problem.
That would make sense for you too. Like, I imagine that. I mean, I imagine most of your conversations probably turn to more like you in an educator role,
Oh no, I'm usually trying to really like sense where a person's coming from and then try to imagine the best end for them. So, and that's hard because I'm trying to imagine, like, what's the best end for you, but I don't want to like push back in ways that are debilitating or uncomfortable if it's not in the end good for you. I try to, scope some of these things like, I mean, I suffer a lot of the same pathologies, but then I try to isolate what's ideological and what's a construct. And, I don't know. Again, like,
you're the only one thinking.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, Zeg, is you were using English, the term you're saying, and that's the thing that, Wayne said, that like, that's like one of his things that I've never deciphered. I mean, in the sense that like, I mean, maybe I could come up with say what I think he means, but like, what do you mean when you say you're speaking English? Because I wonder if you even have the same. I just find it weird that you're using.
Well, like in other languages, Hawaiian or something is like mostly all vowels, so it's like tones all the time. So
you're saying angle?
Huh?
You're saying like angle? like English and English? Is that like, you're saying that it's because you're saying that it's a high number of consonants? Like, so for example,
yeah, there's a lot of rhythm in it. There's a lot of noise.
So there's sibilance. Is that what you're getting at? Because I always wondered about that.
So
like,
it goes back to the thing I was saying to you about, like, rhythm, like how you subdivide time.
Oh, is it like snake language? Is that what sibilance is? Like that the idea that, like, because remember I was saying, were you listening, Zeg, when I was saying Wayne, that like maybe you were not in here yet. It's like the idea that, okay, imagine that you're demonically possessed, but you don't have any conscious awareness of that. And you're talking with somebody who's also demonically possessed. Like, I mean, just to use, there's many ways you could frame this, right? Or terms, but you could think that you're speaking in one way, but there's really like two conversations going on, one between you and the person, and one between these like demonic possessions. And really, you're just like, you guys are both like in virtual land, right? Where you're like, oh, this is what the words mean. And we looked up in the dictionary, but really there's like a sort of like bandwidth, like expressive conversation that's like either like maybe it is the same in terms of like those sort of measures, but maybe it's like inverted, shadow speak or something, like you could imagine like if somebody has a very I don't want to use technical terms. Okay, if somebody has a very symmetrical way of speaking, in other words, like they're not saying anything new. So I guess that'd be more, what's a better word for that? Like they're just sort of like going in circles versus like somebody who's like very, very much like forwarding novel information, it might even seem like noise, like at first. And then, like, so the idea is like that you could have one channel is talking in one way and the other channel is in the other way, or even there's even like, I don't mean to get into like enumerating, like listing possibilities, sorry. But yeah, like, so sometimes that whole idea of English, why Wayne focus on English? I mean, other than, like it being like this is America, I guess. Like is it the English? I mean, because the whole thing that a lot of people think the Queen and like they're Venetians and like you can get all these legal conspiracy theories, which I'm trying to slowly sort of like peel back and to understand like how much of that like holds weight in my opinion. But it's like I'm not really a historic. I mean, that's something that I don't know how to solve that. But
what does it hold weight if you don't see your real life?
But there's lots of interesting things there, So yeah, the sibilance idea I found interesting because isn't sibilance like this, like the kind of like hissing, lispy sort of things? Like it's like, and so what is that? Well, in terms of like a fluid dynamics of like the air in your mouth, that's like chaos theory stuff, Like what do they call that in fluid dynamics when you have like a turbulent swirl, So it's like you got spirals coming out of your mouth. If you're, isn't that's pretty crazy? I mean, it's funny because I feel like you guys know more than you say, but maybe because you just have a more like there seems to be lessons that I'm unable to learn because like my perspective is so locked in to my personality that it's hard to talk about things because I literally can't like phenomenologically like sort of like take the other perspective, like I said earlier when I was talking about just a lot of the culture's worldwide values that you see in a lot of worldwide things like hero myths and stuff like that. Like it's really hard for me to sort of like see beyond my naive reading of that, because I don't have the ability to sort of like phenomenologically just change my values. I mean, it'd be weird to expect somebody to be able to do that, right? So I'm sorry, I didn't mean.
We all expect it of ourselves because it's why we struggle. We have these feedback loops of values that are trying to tune our own values to something. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be struggling. So, like, I don't know. I guess the best metaphor I can think of is like, the way you hear sound, you're not actually, like feeling when you hear a tone. The atmosphere is contracting and separating out, right? So like it has a sudden cluster nearness, kind of like subjectivity, and then a sudden dispersion, like a liberation toward otherness. And it's in a periodic state, right? So, and because it's happening fast enough, we perceive it mathematically like a 9-to-8 ratio or a 2-to-1 octave or whatever. We're reading off the back of atmosphere something else behind it, some mathematical ratio, right? And language, like the English language, is doing something similar. It's not just, you make sentences and I'm trying to triangulate what your thought must be referencing and trying to figure out what your intentions are and what the end of of the the train of thought is supposed to convey. But I'm also like trying to, inadvertently, I'm hearing these phonemes that are doing all this stuff musically that, like, yeah, like with sibilants, I think, the Sibyl oracles were like women hanging over like Greek gas, like like rocks with cracks in them where the gases are coming up, and they would get high and they would like speak oracles and prophecies where like they were controlled by another spirit or the gases, and they would say the future or some astrological bullshit or whatever, right? And whatever that like hissing thing that they would do where they use all these consonants and they call it sibilance, like it was supposed to convey something subterranean. And that rhythm kind of, when you're close to a rhythm, you're kind of like closer to the earth, because it's like about time and about process and like changing your process and enfolding yourself into different time signatures or different rhythm schemes. You're getting really close to these really basal levels of feeling, really, really deep levels of feeling, where time can unfold and then stuff can come out of that time, like seethe out of it. And I think insofar as English is something we inherit, it brings with it all these collection of forces that we don't really know what it's conveying on some other level. That is sort of like the meaning behind the atmosphere, like the ratios and the music almost behind the resonances. Where we could all be sort of possessed by the language and not know that we're possessed, and therefore sort of skewed in our perceptions that we are communicating this or that, but really we're communicating something else, right? I think
in
that's
the wording.
You like say what if your language has the inverse like characteristic to what your inquiry, like what the purpose that you mostly communicate with? Maybe if you have like a biased purpose, so that you could talk about, oh yeah, when I talk to Jack, like we're mostly always talking about this, or he's mostly like so the idea that, okay, well, what if your language has the inverse sort of bias to whatever that bias is that you typically are trying.
Wouldn't that be something like empathy, where somehow you knew somebody needed a hug, but you hadn't even seen them yet, and you go over to their house and you give them a hug, and somehow that's exactly what they needed? Like empathy on a level that transcends space and time or something, where like you don't even need language, you didn't even need any signals, but somehow you knew. People talk about that, premonitions of something happening or somebody needing something that you're close to or responsible for, where you don't need any medium, right? Like,
so how did you get to that?
I was just imagining the inverse. I guess I was trying to imagine like a pure subjectivity thing that's bridging space and time in a way that like the hand of God is directing you, and something where language wasn't needed.
I see.
So you had a direct
bird things. It's weird because the whole language of the bird things at first, like when I came across that, I'm thinking like, so if a language is a living thing, it's a do this temporal etymological thing where I'm like, what if you learn a dead language and a living language? Is that like, and you communicate in like the idea of what if you do nothing but translate dead languages into living languages? Like you're a philologist, like back in the day, and that's all you do. You spend all your how would that alter your brain? But then this idea of languages that have inverse overall general sort of like statistical directions, like so you could have a language that is very new. So say in Shakespeare's time, right? The English language was just starting to crystallize. So in the very like people like say Bacon are probably learning like Latin, Greek, and English, right? So at that time they would have been publishing in Latin. So but then Greek would have been totally dead. And so this interesting idea of like the sort of like growth, decay, and crystallized kind of form of languages, and if you learn them and translate between them or communicate with people in them, like can you through some sort of allocation of those, like basically begin to sort of communicate in a way that like that allegory seems to be pointing to with its layering too, that there's some other. The whole point of allegory is that you're reading it, you're listening to people speak in this mysterious and allegorical way, and then eventually you've kind of like gone from one spiral staircase story to another, and you don't even know what the other story is like anymore because you're in this mere world or something. Because again, and so
we experience that sometimes with music, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's where I was getting is to go down now to the lower level and say, well, the whole thing with like birds, like now I'm kind of like, maybe the language of the birds literally just is birds, like it's literal, because to me, I do know there's some weird stuff going on with like the living world. But you might say, is that just like the FBI is using pigeons theory? Have you seen that? If you haven't heard of that, it's kind of a joke, but not. I'm not actually sure.
No, I don't know about that.
Well, it's where you see all these pictures online where they'll have like pigeons, but they'll have cameras on their heads and stuff, like, or the pigeons will be actual robotic like pigeons, but they'll look just like real pigeons. It's kind of like this one of those online memes where they're just kind of making fun of how schizophrenic people can get. But at the same time, it's funny because we are kind of at the point where you could make believable fake pigeons. Anyways, the point is that the whole language of the bird thing, that I did do like, but that you're right that like, okay, well, there's also sound itself, there's rhythm, there's of speech, prosody is what they would say, or this the stuff that's not really like how William Shatner speaks really irregularly, there's all that rhythm and gap of silence, like you could be people, but this is still sounding a little schizophrenic because it's the kind of thing somebody would say they're speaking another language, or like if you're even more kind of into like occultists, like, or even magic stuff or secret society stuff. I imagine, I actually don't know if I read this anywhere, but that people are like, oh, well, notice that when they talk, they're always standing, pointing towards the east. So it's like a pragmatic aspect to where like when they stand pointing towards the east and they speak, you have to reinterpret everything, like there's that, which is a kind of shibboleth thing, maybe you could imagine. But really, the point about music, is that, music to me really is like very, I do interpret it, unlike you, like very oversimplified way, like there's only a couple of emotions that I can like, because I actually don't have the ability to sort of characterize music beyond just my emotions, in a few terms here and there. But again, the idea of nature, is weird to me because I remember when I first noticed that like you sound like you're kind of in a rural, or you're just near some enough life that's not a dead concrete apartment complex, that you can hear the insects, I guess crickets. I remember thinking like, oh well, or even the locusts around me, like, oh my god, the locusts around me are like if I was like actually cared enough to like keep track of things, like I'd have some ridiculous statistical like little quasi experiments, a time series interruption, like evidence of like the fact that they both, basically anything that makes noise around me that's a living thing, it's so that's like so the language of the birds, is that like literal? Because to me I can imagine a spontaneous explanation of how that stuff arises through like sort of geomagnetic solar transition things, it might even be related to like pole shifts, but really, and that's probably the answer, but I haven't thought about it though. I'm just saying that, but there's also just the idea that a totally different theory, which will seem less plausible, but it is curious, is that and it is related, I guess, is the whole Michael Persinger thing, which I'm saying your brain is always really radiating things whatever you're thinking. If you hear something acoustically, it's going to be that there's a very well-known effect called the frequency following effect, which is about sort of like, evoke potentials that like, have the same characteristics, like maybe through an EEG. I don't know, to that, so that they sort of mirror the sound in your brain in a way where, they can use that information to say, to sort of predict from the sound what's going to happen in your brain, and vice versa. Now, but because that's a sort of like, thing that you could pulse, like for example, with a bird, every time you hear an owl hoot, like that's gonna, I mean, obviously these are things that neuroscientists and biomedical engineers might say that's too weak. That's not going to show up. I mean, I wouldn't argue against that. I actually don't know, but I'm just saying it's kind of curious that like, even if it's subtle, right? In a long time scale and among a group of people that are close together, those sort of things, especially overnight while everyone's asleep, like would have this repetitive correlative effect of everyone's frequency following effect evoke potentials in their heads, especially in the case of like if you could spread some sort of optogenetic amplifying thing through like food and water, then you'd basically be able to entrain everyone to each other, and they wouldn't, at least along whatever that's doing, what is that? Would that entrain much of your whole mind, to where you're literally like hearing each other's thoughts? I wouldn't think so. But that's an interesting other version of that sort of thing. And so the whole language of the birds thing, the whole thing that music, like, I mean, music is even more profound because it's not just like nature, but it's like, metaphysical almost. Or I should say, I mean, it does depend on us, I'm sure, but you could probably, make good points about it being actually metaphysical. I don't know.
Well, the language, is what English doesn't just bring in like the phonemes and everything, but it brings in particular grammatical operators, like when we use the word and or is or other or quantifiers. And when you're talking about like maybe, a groaning from the spirit where you're in pain, or a sigh out of love, those are operators too of a certain sort that we're just, naturally phonemically intoning. As we get like our horizons for the intentional horizon for meaning to get larger and larger in scope, it does kind of bring in this question sort of about what you're saying about like what people are influenced by, and then like synchronization or something. But I mean, I guess ultimately, maybe like, if there are bird songs that are significant for them amongst each other, that if slowed down we could pick out grammatical pieces, they probably still wouldn't be talking about, building a nuclear bomb or like, whatever. There's going to be a horizon that's much narrower for their daily concerns, right? And unfortunately with humans, this is dilated way out, right, to like concerns that are extremely complex or long duration. We're trying, some people are trying to think, 3 or 4 generations ahead of their time, and maybe just to provide more love in the world, or more direction and orientation or something. Who knows, what the highest of individuals that are really have a biggest burden for the most amount of people, what their horizon is in language for what they want to convey to orient people. Whereas, you can have the reverse of that, where people's concerns are really myopic and they just want to, that it's much more constrained. And I think, you're talking at a level that is so global and comparative. Like, I guess, if Tolkien is learning, 30 languages in Europe, and then what is he getting from, learning all those languages and trying to know the history and the mythologies and whatever? Well, he's extracting something where he tells his own story after having been in World War I and seeing the greed and the lust of all the different nations and the violence. he's trying to write a story about what arrogance is, what humility is, what love is, like, so the Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit, they're like powerful stories to people because he used all that linguistic knowledge to then try to name things in a way that maybe picked out certain features of European history.
He kind of denies it too. Like I've seen like some quotes where it's like there's, I think someone was asking about that kind of thing, like because I was looking at some of the vocabulary and I was like, huh. I was interpreting it as like being like that he's almost speaking through his choice of word, his invented words, and like a whole nother, like a parable aspect to it would be all through the languages,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because I was interested.
I mean, that's maybe what he was hoping to do, because clearly in his whole mind, like, he converted C.S. Lewis to Christianity. His whole idea was like, what is love? What is humility? What is the Hobbit's role when he's surrounded by these forces, evil forces, and these spirits, and these like there's a whole landscape of like story world building where he's trying.
Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, it's just that the journey, the struggle of that, destroying the ring. Like, when you destroy the ring, you deprive the idol of its sort of circular power, and you then scatter to the winds where there properly should be what the wind was, before it became instantiated into this circular form of power, right? Cycling power. This thing that if you were to wear, it would make you invisible to everybody else, almost as if able to orchestrate things in the background unseen, deceiving people.
What do you make of the whole thing that in today's world, like of modern technology, that the way that warfare is done is by proxy, so that like when it comes,
I mean, it's a culmination of all that, right?
But I wonder, like,
to become a golem, like the whole point of becoming a golem was to use that like Jewish whatever idea of like a machine, unspirited machine that was had some kind of lifelike things but wasn't alive, and that is like technology when it's lacking spirit or like lacking a good purpose.
Yeah, a robot. A zombie or a robot is a golem.
Yeah, so that when that becomes enthroned, and it's kind of like the way, quote unquote society, if we accept that term, we also accept a bunch of the things that it entails. Like, now you're responsible for this beyond your family, beyond your immediate concerns. It's like, hey, you need to contribute to the world of ideas. You need to contribute to figuring stuff out for time frames that actually are way beyond you. Right? So in a way, we're all sort of hustled into that because we were born in, like a first world country. There's technology all around us. There's a ranking and a competitiveness. There's all these different layers to what the robot and what the golem, it's a runaway bureaucratic machine.
Yeah, the golem thing is curious because I guess why I brought that up was the idea that, like, what if Sauron is a golem?
No, I think he is. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I mean, in the sense that, like, okay, in a world where we...
Oh, actually, Solon, is famous in his time for, like, revitalizing coinage. So there is some kind of strange...
Oh, my...
strange parallel between currency of money and control and invisible control.
Yeah. Do you remember me? I kind of laid that out, right?
Oh, yeah. We talked extensively about that. Yeah.
It's kind of weird. I mean, I would have never guessed that. Like, I mean, that's what I think is kind of... It's like that stuff like that is why I think like I'm living in a dream, because
it goes back to what Wayne was saying about chimeras and like monstrosities, right? Like these things that are disembodied but still have control. Like currency, money is only what we give it.
I see. Yeah, that's a great. Yeah, that is a great sort of remapping of like everything
Well, like you don't have to wear the ring, you know. Like even the hobbits kind of know they're not supposed to somehow.
Yeah, actually, that's interesting. Maybe I don't know if Wayne. That's like such a good way, and like additional way to talk about the language thing. Hey, Wayne, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
It's like so. Check this out. Maybe I don't know. You probably already get this, but so the idea is that just that okay, money, you know, as like tokens, right? Think of it. Maybe I'll explain it in my normal like just painting an image. That's like so. It's maybe because I'm lazy. So think of like the money as like buoys in like water, right? But maybe it's a stream, a current, right? Maybe it's like a really complex current going all over the place, depending on elevation and gravity and stuff like that. And so the buoys, you know, maybe the water can rise and come like a tide and go down. So the idea is that like, okay, well, if money is like the buoys, all it is a proxy. It's a thing that's showing you that you have to infer that because the buoy went up, then, or because the buoys are moving faster, you know, through that river, you know, then the water must be flowing faster. But to see the water is that's sort of like the metaphor for the real value, you know, whereas the buoys, the money is just the thing that, so the idea is like just how we have prices in an economy and we have coins and stuff that will and that they're flowing around, you know, changing hands and stuff. The idea is that a lot of times you'll see when economies like have, you know, this idea of, you know, and they'll inflate their currency. And when they do that, it basically it pulls people into the society because more loans are given out. People their time horizons expand. It's like this giant sucking in. And what's interesting is that like, actually I think I'm getting ahead of myself, but the idea is just that proxy values or indirect things that you look at, like a rooster wind thing on top of a barn that shows you which way the wind is blowing, which actually that one's a lot more natural. But when they're more arbitrary or more you know, ungrounded, then they can then the ground can move and the value can be somewhere else and everyone's fooled. And what's interesting is that the whole thing with language and saying the language, you get trapped in the language, but that's not where the value. It's like it's like being trapped with like a currency that you think has value, but or some financial thing that has value, but it actually isn't where the value is because the world's changed and moved on. So it's like these two levels, right? One level's the value, and one level's like the representation. And so it's just kind of that language thing. We have one level is the language, and one level is the reality. You know, the beat. Or is that you get? I mean, have you ever thought of the money that way? I guess. No. I mean, but the thing with the Lord of the Rings, actually, I don't know if it's, or what he was saying with Sauron, actually, not after that, was the idea that if they expand the money supply and that brings everyone in, right? But get this, if it happens to be that the world is not a world like an economy of like the 1970s, but like of like today, right, where we have computers tracking everything everyone does, everything you post on Twitter is informally priced because Twitter has a sort of way of assigning data about how many views things get, how many likes things get, how many it's basically a kind of value of its attention value. And then they also have a way of giving it a unique identifier. They have a way of taking that data and mapping all the text to a unique identifier so that like they can kind of find it elsewhere, even if it's kind of copied and pasted, and all these other things that they can basically, and then they use that to train their recommendation so that they basically fully learn who you are as a personality and predict who you are, make a doppelganger of you. Eventually they basically take your soul because you actually become so ungrounded and sucked into Twitter that you're not actually able to sort of like ground yourself into produce novel value that changes, with the seasons. So what's crazy is that when they do that, I was saying that, and I thought it was weird because I was looking at these old, this kid who into philosophy, smart kid, was reading De Monte. He's reading this old medieval text on currency. I still haven't read it, but it's all about how they would mint coins, and they would kind of put they would debase the currency by like making the coins not exactly the ratio of metal they were supposed to be. And I was saying that because money, as a word, is actually related to soul, and actually money is in a way kind of its role is a soul role, because it's sort of mediating between the information and communication and prices and representations and the energy and goods that flow. Two layers of flow. One's like ghost signals, one's matter and energy, and then the thing that mediates between is like the way that your heart and your brain rhythms are sort of like somehow dancing and mediating together. There's some sort of thing, although with money it's actually embodied, right? But again, remember the embodiment, the money itself and not the value flow, that's not the actual soul, right? It's what it is. It's like soul tokens. It's kind of dark. So they expand the money supply. Everyone gets sucked in because basically banks issue lots of loans. Some people might create new businesses. They might hire people. They might have more kids because of it. Like the economy is growing artificially because it's kind of a usury thing going on, I guess. And then so what happens is that in this future version where everyone's gets their soul sucked out because the digital doppelgangers created, means that most people do get their soul sucked out, but there are stragglers left over, who and so the idea is that, well, if that's a soul role, right, and the soul role is basically sucked out of everyone, then what about the soul in the human, and the soul in the human that's left, right? Well, that means that their soul would be inflated like crazy, right? Because it's like, the way I think of this in terms of numbers is like there's only a small number of people that wouldn't have, so it's weird.
So in a sense, in the inflation, if I can hijack that just for a second,
go ahead.
If you read about Solon, he looks like the people's champion and laying the foundations for Athenian democracy and all that. But a lot of his reforms just led to that sort of feeling democratically like the poorest people can and should be involved in the forum, right? So even Aristotle considering him like the first people's champion or whatever, it's sort of double-edged because democracy is considered a degenerate polity. So if it's not taken back down to what a polity meant in terms of friendship, then it was giving these people, basically they're buying into something that they think they ought to be buying into, but it's sort of deceptive, right? It's sort of inflating their role to be members of a state and like compromising their own identity in doing so. I mean, at least that's the only way I can make sense of if Tolkien really was deriving the Sauron thing from Solon. It is that he's like the shining figure of light. He's bringing democracy and like liberty to all these people, and he's like trying to bring up the poor. But just by virtue of doing that, he's hustled them into an involvement that might be premature or like irresponsible in a sense, because they're less responsible to the ones closest to them, because they're sort of fanned out into what money fans them out to, which is all these other concerns.
So was it Solon that debased the currency? Is that, if I remember?
But that's what people speculate, because they're not really sure about the monetary reforms and what. And he's supposed to. What's funny about it is he was supposed to have modified Draco's code, and Draco is like etymologically close to dragon, and all this stuff is like, it's like the time of Socrates or something. So it's like kind of out of time and out of. We're just taking all these people's opinions about what happened, and it's hard to really know what the intentions for these people really were, if they were anti-tyrant or if they were actually crypto tyrants.
Well, did you see what I was posting about like Tolkien's word for the gate, like to the what are they, not the elves, but the red hair guy in the movie. I read The Hobbit, but I didn't read Lord of the Rings. What's that? What the dwarves, right? What's the gate to the dwarven mountain place called? Let me look it up. I spelled that wrong. Sorry. One. Okay. Oh, it says the Doors of Durin, but let me see. Why I was thinking of. Oh, here, Moria. The place is called Moria, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah, this is potentially a coinage reference because there were the mines of Moria in Greece were a place where they mined silver and stuff.
Well, see, in Roman mythology, let me just read here from Wikipedia. In Roman mythology, Moneta, I should know how to pronounce that, was a title given to two separate goddesses. But it was the name of the goddess of memory, right? And it was an epithet of Juno called Juno. So the idea that you have a gate, right? You know, and then they have these certain memory, like mnemonicin, you know, memory goddesses.
Oh wow, yeah, I see.
The idea is that if it's a gate, right? Well, the gate is a gap, right? It's an amnesia inversion thing. You go through. It's like in Full Metal Alchemist.
It's like the portal to another world.
Yeah, you go through it, but when you go through it, you not only are you inverted, but you have whenever if you do return, when you return, none of that memory, just like a river of Lethe, you know, you don't actually. So what's interesting is that if it's the case that Tolkien, is using this, is talking about currency in the gate, right? It's weird because it's saying that like the and it's also, I guess, I'm not the only person, but it's pretty rare that you see, but it does when you look at the old stuff, see like, oh, they might be, you know, the idea of money and soul being kind of the same role. If you were to only have like a 3-role assignment of mind, body, and soul, like that money is the mediating thing. That's the memory between, say, the heart and the brain, right? It's the memory of them both sort of like being in the right, having memory of each other. You know, it's almost like you could say, if you want to speak, and I have to work to not fall into the scientific metaphors, but the idea is like in the genome, in a way, the heart maybe like was altered by the brain, and the brain was altered by the heart, so that they were more, so that when you develop, you know, they're kind of ready to entrain with each other, you know. So the idea is that money.
Well, you get this with Saruman, which is probably Solomon, because Solomon pays 666 talents to the Queen of Sheba, and this is a tribute to her beauty or her wisdom, even, or the wisdom in her body being even higher than his wisdom, and he's considered like the wisest man in the land, right? So this interfacing between, you know, the brain and the body, or the brain and the heart or something, and the nature of currency, or the nature of like total control with like the 666 thing was a thing. Like, and we don't even know if like Solon and Solomon aren't just like transpositions in history, where like, you know what I mean? Like,
you know, it's weird is the holding of control, because you know how I still am like obsessed with this, like I like to use archetypal, like I guess like stand-in concrete sort of, is it Sedectiki? I don't know. Anyways, I do the whole Diogenes thing, and like to me it's interesting because I do get this kind of sense that's like by Diogenes wanting to sort of like be orthogonally so unrelated to everything that nothing, you know, he becomes sort of like the second Alexander, the alchemist, you know, under the city, to use the Full Metal Alchemist thing. Remember I was telling you about? Yeah. So he's kind of like, but it's like, did he want to become that role? No. What happens is his nature abhors a vacuum again. It's so, in other words, why did people left over like have a soul inflation? Well, it's because you know, as all the attention gets put on the currency or on things that have attentional currency, like a influencer, you know, then what happens is that there becomes a complementary anti-value body, you know, that's like sort of the thing that the anti-value, like that become, but it's not like, but anti-value is value, you know, like it's just I'd have to like, you know, I don't, but and so like, yeah, see, like it's weird because like, remember I had brought up the whole memory thing because I was thinking of this idea of like, I mean, maybe we shouldn't get into it because it gets into I dream up all this stuff, you know. Yeah, it's all weirdly like too like coherent. It makes me think of like overfitting, you know, like I'm just like, but see, the thing is, you understand all that stuff, and it's like it couldn't be that I dreamed up that stuff and manifested it, because I mean, the whole thing about the manifestation and the Mandela effect, I keep thinking about, because it's like, do you think that and even in the realm of like a sci-fi writer, that the idea that the Mandela effect would include your own memories? Because
I mean, does it have to go? Do some of the broad strokes of how all these things are congealing have to go much beyond language and money? Like, do they have to go into some of these other more effete signal type stuff that you reference?
oh no,
Like,
it's you. Yeah,
couldn't it almost like totally be an artifact of like just the use and abuse of language and the use and abuse of money?
well, you know, back to the present.
Not to be like overly reductive, but I struggle to see like that's already powerful enough to displace things so radically. It's really hard to ever trace back.
Well, it's kind of a Tower of Babel. Remember, because when I was saying to Wayne earlier about, because he's about the memory card thing, that well, the idea is that your memorylessness, that if you're sort of really perfectly present, that you're not really. But it's weird because that's
There's
actually
still some horizon, right? Like there's still some terrain outside of you. There's still people outside of you to some extent, even when you're fully present. It's just how dilated that gets. You
it's
know,
weird
like
because
say
actually,
there was a place that you knew you should never go. Like there's always these like story folk tales and stuff. Don't go there,
I
right?
don't go anywhere.
You know what I mean, though? Like
Yeah,
you
then
know,
you're-
like a swamp or something, or some dark forest. You're not supposed to go there because you could get like,
Lord, that sounds scary.
you know, like you could be lured off by something or eaten by wolves, or there's some witch there, or you know, pick your choice of like all these different folk tales. But you know, they seem to function like, you know, in your presentness, there's still places you shouldn't go, even in your immediate terrain. I guess I was trying to say something about that with very, very early on about like language just being pointing. It's just a function of gestures. Yeah, we can make it like extremely articulated gestures so that we can build like a nuclear device or something. But the question is, should you point to this or that? And then what does all the responsibility entail? And what's the memory? What's the absence of memory? What's, you know, what is presentness when all, you know, are all around you right now? You're forgetting that there's something right there in front of you, right? Like there's lapses in memory, even when you have like a presentness. Like there's still things you're not attending to. So there's still all these choices about signal selection where you may or may not, you know, want to attend to something. So, you know, a sort of perfect language is something like, you know, you're just pointing at all the things you ought to point to, but not other things that you ought not point to. Right? Like even presentness has to almost have some absences. In other words, like there could be things that are just not appropriate to point to in certain contexts. So there's absences there, and they should be learned and taught, right? Like that, like just because you could, you have something sharp in your hand doesn't mean you should wield it against the mouse that's scurrying past you. That's not a presence that should be necessarily in mind, like explicitly. And there are all these things that could be that we kind of already know that are implicit, but then it's just about what we want to make more and more explicit. And so our words pick out those things, our sentences and our whole like paragraphs and our conversation pieces try to pick out what ought to become more present and explicit. But then that's the whole problem with money is like this absencing thing, or the problem with language is like this absencing thing. Once you're attending to one other thing, you only have like a finite amount of attention. So then you're like disregarding other things, right? For better or worse. There's
it's interesting because I mean, I don't know if this is actually conceptually related, but it's just a lexically maybe, because you said you're talking about absence, you know, and I was like, well, technically money is a present thing, a token that's representing an absence, you know, an obligation.
Yeah.
Labor
power, or however people want to define it, value, whatever. Yeah.
I just think of it's like kind of soul debt, really. Because it starts out where you're basically
it's commitment. It is definitely a debt, right? It's a debt device.
Yeah. And then so that's the spatial or interpersonal, or should say like personal. How would I put it? Like the kind of a hive mind thing where you're basically like becoming so like maybe through obligation networks bound to each other, even a barter world, because you're sort of like, especially if you have a sort of a usury, interest, then what that would do is, actually, I have to think about that. But I've heard people bring that up.
Well, yeah, you can train people into projects that they're now committed to, right? That's kind of what usury is all about, is that you can milk people for more than they would normally be milkable for. There's like some kind of extra percentage on taxing their labor or their effort or their obligation or their commitment or something. So, I mean, and language does that too. Like language takes up attention span, takes up time, and concepts, and like why people are communicating, all that takes up time, and it's also its own sort of entrainment thing, right?
So how do you? That's a great in the whole soul token usury thing of binding people into society, or binding yourself into a sort of into a bloodline lineage photon, or however. Remember you did the whole fermion boson thing. We could say like ghosts, zombies, and any triad you want, I guess, of like a body or space, time, and like but the framing that you were just doing there, or that you had been, I guess, kind of in the past, short time, would that have we like kind of made explicit anything more that would allow somebody to maybe I'm trying to push into things that like are make me feel foolish, really, because like that I keep trying
to. I would say, if I'm guessing at what you're intending, I would say like we just don't know, like because we don't know each other, we don't know what our projects, our goals are. Like say it was obvious, like we lived on a smaller planet with fewer people, and that like we all agreed, and there was very few of us, that we wanted to see everything from the mountaintop. So this is sort of like a metaphor, right? We kind of wanted to see what's there from a higher perspective. Then it's very clear how we're communicating and what we're working together to do. We want to survive to the top of this mountain, right? And then our language.
But I could easily say, to me, like a psychoanalyst myself, what's the driving goal in these sorts of conversations? Not really outside of them, but definitely want to. And it's also a goal. It's more than just a goal. It's definitely a sort of like bad habit. Is that it's just it's like amusing yourself, but amusing yourself in a way that I put it like as if you were like an undergraduate philosophy student who was a stoner, and you'd just be like, say something cool. Like it's that superficial.
Yeah, it is until it isn't. I mean, there's things that I've said that you've gone back and researched, to just like I'm going to be reading up on Moneta and like trying to figure out a little bit more, and that hones something a little bit downstream. Like nobody knows, something Wayne said that might stick in my head and recur in like 3 months. Like we don't really know. These are seeds planted. That's why there's oftentimes, these metaphors with like planting fields with putting seeds in people's minds. Right.
All I'm saying is that's how I characterize my goal. That's like, it's in the even like when I'm talking to people that aren't even intellectual, and I get a little into this like intellectual, if not even intellectual, then like the kind of stuff that like because I think we like turned the conversation here, like that I've been talking with like Helm and Wayne with, like all that stuff, like is very creative. It's very like it's not very. It's much more creative than anything, and that's why. So I think I'm saying it's superficial, but I say that when like. And what's dominating my purpose in a lot of communication is always like interestingness. As a matter of fact, so although I would say it's superficial, because that's how we would see that, I think, our society.
Well, it's like fecundity or fertility. Like, yeah, it's probably bad to use the word like air to say that like the slipperiness of concepts is shifting this way or that. Maybe the better metaphor is something more grounded, like a seed sower that doesn't know which seeds are going to blossom, and it's out of the light, and it's in this dark, fertile space where there's bacteria and there's these different nutrients. and you don't know which seeds are going to take or aren't going to take. It's kind of like the movie, Tenet or something, where the seed sower, like the whole Tenet like acronym is supposed to be like, Arepo and Opera and Tenet, whatever. There's some kind of almost Homeric works in days, or Hesiodic works in days. Which one wrote it? Maybe it was Hesiod. But like this whole like the sower sows and their seasons, and I think there's a fertility image of a man who spreads seeds, right? Where like you're just going over fields that are furrowed. They're churned up enough to where there's exposure, but then these seeds are going to get buried, and you don't know what kind of idea this is going to grow into. Like in his other movie, Inception, what kind of idea is planted and what's going to make the man a man, because it was an idea planted early on in youth, or it was a seed that would grow into something else that would determine a whole person's character. Yeah, I think there's something to be said about like interestingness and creativity when people are just shooting the shit. I mean, people get together and talk, in discursively exploring all these different zones to maybe it's entertainment, way of passing the time, way of not being lonely, and all kinds of things, but also sowing seeds. It's like putting seeds in the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a normal guy. I'm not surrounded by intellectuals, so all my intellectual is just my own. What I like to do. I have no guidance or constraint or worry about like being right, I guess. So,
or climbing a mountain, or like saying that like you. So for example, rather than sowing seeds and not knowing whether something's going to come up, when it's something like climbing to the top of a mountain and communicating because you're coordinating, you're right. It's less clear with seeding what things are going to become. And I think that's why like there's something so like with the telephone and with the internet or whatever, there's something so strange about that, because it does seem to be this giant seed space where
surprised we like weren't more aware that that was the case.
Where it's even the same with like video games. Like I like it's nice to be able to play a board game with my son, but it's also really nice to hike, and it'd be even better to like be able to like live action role play off the board game into like an actual hike and have like goals and experiments being
making games, like
that whole thing of like gamification of reality, or just the flexibility that people would have with like goal formation strategies and parties banding and disbanding when like you were saying, it could be more about seeds, or it could be, say, something more like linear and like getting up a mountain. If you don't know why you're communicating with people, and if you're not meeting somebody in flesh and blood where you can read off all these multimodal later things about the person as an indecomposably Wayne, indecomposably Arisbe, indecomposably Zeg, there's going to be a bunch of attendant things that make the goals more obvious, right? Like there's a calling for each of these people perhaps, or there's like, there's more to it all in the communicating that is actually less to it all. Like in a way it's more constrained because there really is a mountain journey purpose or something. There really is a machine that we're trying to build. Or
it's interesting because I understand like that. It kind of makes sense that why, like maybe, but I might wonder why some TIs don't like seem like people that are like as creative as, like some of them seem really creative and smart, or even like kind of like really able, really, what's the word, principled, but then some of them just like normal people, like just normal people, like, and so like when I think of like, but what you're saying, like I would apply to myself actually, in terms of like the potential like for to cause problems, or to cause good stuff, I guess, because.
But you can't say either way, because it's just like on the mountain journey, those people have to eat something. So somebody had to seed something there, or just, God's gifts are planted and they're going to eat something, and nobody knew who that was, and they're long gone. So there's still a presence of that seed sower. You know what I mean? Like there's still, even though it's linear and it's just a mountain journey, there's still like a sort of necessity for the seeds. And you know what I mean? Like
I don't know. I mean, what I was getting at is just the idea that like, even if it's a case that something is like a huge potential of unbiased potential, like in the sense that it's like, well, it all depends on like the first like biasing of it, and then it's a runaway in that direction or something. Like, I mean, to try to use this oversimplified like model.
Well, like a plant growing, really, right? Like so not every seed that falls is going to become the indecomposably beautiful plant that's bearing fruit. Some of them are not going to get this indeterminate amount, a mixture of warmth and nutrition or whatever, and so the seed just stays dormant or never grows, right? So that's indeterminate. But
yeah, I guess what indeterminate. But I guess what I was trying to get at is that like, to me, even if it's people like, if it seems like most people view that as threatening, it doesn't seem threatening to me in the context of other things that I think are threatening, but that probably other people don't think are threatening. So it's kind of like, well, fuck it, like, it's kind of like one of the, you know what I'm saying? But I have a feeling that even though most other people might say, oh, X is threatening, A is threatening, B is threatening, like more threatening than this just like ball of pure potential that, we can't actually like, evaluate, then, to me, I'm not really sure that they're telling the truth, even if they think that there are these things that are threatening, because I mean, they didn't seem like that to me. Because I mean, if it is, then it's just the difference of perspective and values between why one would evaluate one unbiased thing. Maybe I mean, if that's how they evaluate it, as more threatening than something that they say is very threatening, but it's not as threatening as this. Just
well, okay, maybe this helps. Maybe this is another metaphor, but like it's from Matthew. Like if your mind is sound, your whole body will be full of light, right? What's interesting about that is like if you look at the guts, your intestines as like a snake that's dark, and you look at your brain as like this snaking, tubes that are like potentially full of light. You've got this like fertility and unknowns, indeterminateness in both in different ways. Like seeding in both are different things, like idea seeds versus nutrition and like breakdown, and like the smell of either, like the smell of feces versus like the smell of good words and good sentences and clear language. Like there's something about seeding in both where what's threatening to some people is, like you said, isn't threatening to you, or what wasn't threatening to them is actually a threat to you. I think this is kind of like the mind looking at the intestines and the intestines looking at the mind, right? Like there's something about the subterranean and something about the lofty that are curious about the other, right? Like, and they're very dependent on each other because the way nutrition works and the way orientation and the mind work, and having an organism well oriented, like that's fungal hijacking and disorientation so that an organism can be like led this way or that is a thing, right? So it kind of makes you realize that insofar as a person is a seeder and they thrive on the fecundity of a lot of ideas, that might actually be less threatening than a lot of things, than a lot of these journeys that should have never been taken, that are all more linear and all more practical. Like maybe those are the threat because those are actually the wrong journeys for people to be taking, like going shopping. Like how many people are caring more about their clothes that they're wearing or like the car they drive or whatever? That's like a journey to you that maybe perhaps is like more threatening compared to like being a seed sower, right? Or this, fertility of thought. So
sorry, I'm eating. Sorry.
I was just trying to, encourage you in a sense, because I think it's right to like, I guess I detect a lot of childlikeness in the play of your ideas. So I don't.
Well, I think another thing is, remember how I said that the emotional, the bias of my like emotional experience that I'm assuming I have. I mean, it'd be boring to like track it well enough to like, and then and go see what there's probably a standard way to track that nowadays with like, it's kind of cool. They have like really cool ways to do diary qualitative observation.
Where it
And
would like become predictable, or that you'd see patterns or something. Or
I'm just
what?
saying that to see like how if the profile was sort of unbiased in the way that I was saying it was in terms of cataplexy and stuff, because to me I don't ever see anybody hear of anybody experiencing the emotions that I experience around meaning. You know, this idea of this sort of like what's the word? Multipolar emotion. That's like, to use the music term. So it's a multipolar tonality, like multipolar emotionality, right? That's like time, right? That's it's because, you know, if the multipolar like dual emotion is like in the right way, but sort of like being, you know, like you're still like existing, so it's kind of biased just a little, like in a kind of Pythagorean comma spiral kind of way, right?
Huh.
Then you know, it's like this is how I think of it, is that it's like, oh, I'm optimistic, but like, you know, it's like the maximum drama optimistic, you know, in the sense that like the world is probably like as meaningful and terrible as possible, but such that you overcome it, you know, like. I mean, it's weird because I'm looking at my image right now and it's this bottleneck, you know, like, so like that's kind of like I think of if I have this multipolar emotion thing all the time, that means that like it's really going to color, you know, how I view something. Like, oh, there's this giant thing of potential. It's like a bomb. Who knows, you know, if it's good or bad. Well, for me, I'm like, well, if you have something that's like unbiased like that, you know, I'm not like optimistic, but you know, I am biased in a Pythagorean comma, you know, way. So to me, it doesn't even phase me. I mean, it's kind of like, I just don't really. That's why you could say like I'm pathological almost, because it's like,
well, you definitely betray a lot of like spiritual warfare stuff, because you are concerned about like dark in the world, even though you are that optimistic. Like I think there is something going on there, right? Like,
it's interesting. I mean, to me, I could see it as being like every aspect of my psychology is like effed with, you know, like, and so it's not actually good, but it could look good. It could feel healthy, you know? Does that make sense? Like, it could feel psychologically healthy because you could be like, well, technically, you know, I can go talk to some random person and like they just get angry, you know, and it's like I didn't even say anything weird or anything. It's just like that never happens to me, so I don't have anger problems. And you should go down the list, you know, like if I don't ever get, you know, I'm not gonna. Then you might say, well, I'm more psychologically healthy than like 95% of people or something. But is that really true? Like, because like in my but it's weird because you pessimistically sort of put it like the idea that like, you know, spiritual and psychological warfare, ubiquitous world, like, but to me it's just like again, it's this kind of psycho. It's very I don't know, psychosis, right? It's very schizophrenic. The idea that like I'm like, oh, well, it'll work out, and maybe I'll die, you know. But
well, I didn't mean to say that you're necessarily involved in it in a entrenched way, because I mean you can be attentive to those things but still not be perturbed by them, and I think that's kind of ideal. Is that there's a sort of stoic effacement of all these possibilities that might need to be concerned. Like the whole mind control thing. I don't think that's silly, because I mean, I think it's happening in so many different layers, from like fungus to language to money to like, why wouldn't it be happening in a bunch of other layers? But at the same time, like when you're attentive to it, you know, you're drawing other people's attention to it, and at least hypothetically, and if it all stays on a hypothetical register and you're exploring ideas, you know, it is still planting those seeds of like, well, hey, let's either figure out that this is a non-issue, or see where this idea goes and how interesting and strange this actually could be really the case. And especially if we know more about it, and those interests, you know, interestingness is, you know, it's like a journey. It's like a path. You like follow it out, like it's a rabbit hole, or it's a, you know, a deer path or whatever. It's it's at least engaged that much, right? So it's at least attentive that much, however stoic, you know, however uncommitted as far as like the, you know, life and death emotions come out of it. And that's still, I don't know, like maybe that's angelic in a way, because it's like, fighting something but without having to be determined by it, or like, or at least not fighting it but facing it without having to be like overwhelmed or determined by it. And I think it's to whatever degree a person's capacity is, able to do that, then
I think it's a good characterization. I mean, but it's funny because would I go darker and say, okay, you basically are kind of like take the position that you really can't be sure that that everything you do isn't like the worst thing that you could ever, like worse than you could imagine, is what, if you were to sort of like come back after you died and you're like, oh, that was what everything I did amounted to. That's incredibly like sad, and like, you really can't have knowledge about that, I mean, but nevertheless, like you're like sort of like, you can't like just give up, I guess. So you basically like just try and then hope that like while that might, you might maybe that's a general thing that might hold in some statistical sense, maybe like that you could kind of like break free of it, but I mean, you're gonna hope that you can, but even if it's not, it's like, from some more sort of like Zen perspective, I'm sure you could say, well, you might play some role. I mean, it's another this thing I was saying of this performative metaphysics thing where it's like, well, okay, well, there's going to be some allocation of things, and some of those things aren't really good, and but what if it'd be nice if like the universe is such that like, well, those good things are there to like put up a hard fight and lose, it's just
take the way Melville treats it. Like, he's got one book called Moby Dick that everybody reads, where it's like Ahab and the whale, and maybe it's a struggle that he should or shouldn't be a part of because he may become a monster in the process. And then he's got another book, Bartleby the Scrivener, where it's like, I rather not. And both could be delusional. Like the non-participatory and the totally participatory, the way he's toying with those themes in the story and all the attendant details of like their concerns or their non-concerns, that does sort of drum up a similar sort of calculi that you just sort of canvassed, where it's like, should I really feel guilty about this or that, given that all these other things could have happened.
There's also that being thing, right? That especially the Parmenion thing is interesting in that context, because I think I was doing that thing where I was kind of pareidolia, like writing lyrics over these the Dutch, like I'm forgetting that. No, it's it was how am I forgetting this country's name? What's Denmark? Yeah, this Denmark like kid, folk song. I rewrote the lyrics in English, but that's not true. I wrote my own lyrics over their sounds, like the pareidolia stuff, and which is kind of rude, I think, because it's a folk song. It's like there's cultural appropriation, and then there's like cultural like theft.
Yeah, who cares?
So I did that, and I remember like that was the theme. It was like, but another part of it is that like you can't know, but your soul can know. And I was like, damn, that's cool, because it's like your soul is the thing that gets all the is that it's a higher thing, And so like it's this kind of idea of like trust your soul or trust your heart or whatever, like, or in the case of being, it's the idea of like, well, yeah, you can't know, but if you can sort of get in that more attunement, then maybe like like you don't have to know. Your mind doesn't have to know. Your body doesn't even have to know, right? It's just that you have to have a soul, because that's the only way that something's gonna know.
Yeah. I mean, I like the way you framed it, because it challenges. I often overframe things to like fit this, that we're all delusional, but if we attune the right way, it's kind of blowhard in a way, because a lot of that is actually best predicated on letting go. and not making it such a like focus, like Zen, meditate into a state kind of thing. Um, I think, when you frame it more in terms of like, well, I could have done these things in my life, but like, I don't know how you said it, but like, looking back over your life, the soul would kind of know, well, I didn't do all these things that could have been way worse. I mean, maybe that is like a, um, what is it, like principle of least harm, or minimal footprint or whatever. Like,
It's funny because I pull up the lyrics because it's funny because I don't have these memorized, but I was kind of wondering, well, what was the line before that? And this little, I was playing with this idea of, and you could see this pathological really quick. Is it's funny because I go to this website, TV Tropes, where they assign labels to all these tropes. There's a one trope called a Blood Night. It's like it's like these characters, you see this in anime sometimes, that are like so obsessed with a challenge, that and they get pathological really quick because they're like, they could like, it's like a monster that would like turn on even like the the villain of a story or something, because it's sort of like, but so that's like but you could see even good characters like, say, Goku and Dragon Ball Z, like that's a character who's like, they're like, sometimes they get too caught up in their competitive nature, so that like they're actually like it becomes like the driving force.
right, they're overly involved. Yeah, it's a big theme in Rurouni Kenshin, and again, like Moby Dick. But yeah, totally.
So yeah, that actually is connoting sort of that too, is that because it's like because it's because the theme of the poem is like, it's kind of hyperbolic, like what's like the darkest thing you could imagine, but what if the soul, if your soul like sort of like has confidence but you don't, like it's kind of like that sort of is a theme, like the idea that like it's just sort of like a very hyperbolic, I wouldn't say schizophrenic, I need a better word for like this sort of like when you push meaning to where it becomes probably like cringe, or if not cringe, if you get by, then it becomes like what, like somebody in sort of like a rapture kind of state, like it's kind of that. It's like, so it's just the idea again, like of that, like a very, like here's a good way, is on TV Tropes they have the psychotic smirk, it's sort of like an evil villain who's like so possessed, that they're like smiling like some kind of rabid, animal, but then the opposite of that is sort of like the sort of like audacious grin. So that was like, that's the theme of the poem. It's like, like the darkest sort of like, it's very, very, cheesy, but it's
read it.
Oh no, I'm not gonna read it. It's not, it's too melodramatic. But so yeah, like, isn't that was the theme, is that like, it's that like, I mean, is that, the whole idea of knowledge, of such a thing, like would only be like, I guess, something that, that you're not going to know. It's funny because I always talk about how myself, like, I'm very like, I don't act, it's my problem. So it's like, it's kind of like, I did, but see, it's weird. Yeah.
This does seem to be toyed with in the book of Job. I mean, it does. You do find out that like what Job was fearing the most does befall him, and sort of some of the last chapters, it is kind of like, well, hey man, it was up to you. I gave you a right hand. You could be powerful in your zone and maybe prevent these things from happening. And there is sort of a big question mark throughout the whole thing of like, are things just determined to be this way, or does God let these things happen, or all those different sort of like psychological struggles. But it does seem Job is more on the like Bartleby side of like, I'd rather not. And then he does seem to have his back against the wall after all the what befalls him, where he's like, well, maybe I do need to step out and do something about all this. And yeah, I think everybody, you either jump headlong out of Eden too fast and suffer the consequences, or you like draw back and are neither hot nor cold. You're just lukewarm, and you didn't do anything, and you got spewed out of God's mouth as like as the neither hot nor cold thing goes. So inaction or overaction, is constantly a theme in human existence, and ultimately it's so mysterious as to what one's calling is and what the proper thing to do is or not do. Or not do. But yeah, well, dudes, I've gotta hit the sack. This was great to talk to you, Rizbeg. Good to talk to Wayne a bit. That I think he probably already fell asleep.
No, I'm still here listening.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, when you started talking about Hegel and Peirce, I was like, I knew that was going to throw a lot of terminology.
Oh, I did want to mention that like, the way you're a seed sower and you're kind of stoic about it all and you're exploring ideas. I'm kind of the opposite. Like I feel the spiritual war in a way that's like, I find enemies like Hegel or, Peirce actually was for a long time seduced by, I feel like say quote unquote seduced. But, I came away with feeling that both of those created bad fruit in me. I'm not going to say that's necessarily the case for other people, but when I look around at the world and the warring of ideas and whole ideologies, like there are questions like, how you should, address Marx's ideas or something when they're so pervasive or Adam Smith's or Solon's or whoever's, it's like, do you make an issue of it? Do you go after that and try to expose how it might be wrong? And then do you risk like coming off like you're bloodthirsty or something, trying to be over?
I do have a lot of that because in the past 2 days, I think I made one post where I was like, God, like the way that communism at least is framed, I don't really think that it's confusing. Like when you think of it in this double way of performance versus intellectual, like theorizing, is that I just don't understand why people don't really seriously interact with it, and that also people on that side don't really seriously interact with it either. And actually, I don't even think that it makes sense because technically, somebody who's more communist would be somebody like an accelerationist, not like somebody who was a communist, because the whole point of communism is that they want to bicker with, say, people who are like on the other side, and so that means that they actually want to exist in this like polarized. I mean, it's confusing because it's like if you wanted to actually succeed, you would actually have to communicate really well. You'd have to mediate really well with the other side. That makes me more of a communist than them. Does that make sense? Like temporally speaking, as if they assume that that's where things head, if you were to sort of intensify and integrate everything further and faster, or is maybe they think that we're already past that point and they just have to do something. But anyways, the other thing was, other than communism, was that I was posting on the YH saying this guy who's interesting guy. He's too much probably of a technologist, but not really. He's like really reminds me of myself, but also it's funny because everybody that reminds me of myself is way smarter than me too. Well,
I don't even know how to war with the whole Hegel, Feuerbach, Peirce, Marx, dialecticians, because a lot of the earliest ones in Russia were like Christian utopianists who just thought that communism represented something like the kingdom of heaven on earth. And as much as I don't jive with a lot of like philosophical underpinnings and want to deconstruct it and try to expose it, I want to be kind to the people who actually see something good in it. And it does really go back to like Jesus saying, you can't really prejudge even an ideology, because what's bad for one person might be good for another. Like it's not necessarily what enters.
I think
the files.
It's a hard question actually, because when I think of it, all I'll do is want to self-undermine things, right? Which is like a demonic like habit. But when it's the case that like what you see communicated is mostly like not, because to me that the self-undermining is kind of like the most, I mean, it's unbalanced thought, but at least it's thought. They're not even thinking. I don't see it as like thought, really. I just see it as signaling and performance, you know.
Well, I don't know if it's like a constructed history or whatnot, but like with Socrates being a gadfly in Athenian culture and undermining everybody's arguments and kind of virtualizing everything, and the whole Socratic dialectic being a thing, and then him also being like considered ugly and like or pug faced or whatever that is, and like he actually had a contest with a Pericles' wife, Diotima, where she was preaching this like philosophy of love, and that all his words were empty, and that he was like kind of humiliated by her because all his actions and his strivings were kind of like seemed kind of vain. And so there is a tension even in some of these like earliest historical periods of people writing about it, kind of questioning. So very, very similar lines of questioning, right? Like you don't really know if people's intentions are what you think they are. Like even I wonder sometimes when people hear me talk about the mystery of the body or presentism or the whole Nietzschean, how well predisposed to yourself would you have to be to relive this life an infinite number of times. Like some people are going to take that in some weird tantric direction, I'm sure. Like, oh, you're talking about the body, so it's something like really carnal. And I never meet it in that sense, but like probably that if I like were to craft out an ideology, it's going to be an idol to somebody, and they're going to like twist it in some direction.
I was thinking it was like psychedelic almost.
And even that can go in a weird way, right? Then you get like all the Terence McKenna's jumping on
that. Psychedelic, like you see in like medieval, like not even medieval. What's the right period? Like Renaissance, weird like cosmologies that were, where it's like it's very, like or the human body, cosmos. That's how it's just another way to put it is archetypal, right? But that's a little, I guess, it's a little boring. But,
all right, well, and all those would be like mistunings from what I would intend, and then it goes back to like I actually don't want to be recorded, and I actually don't want to write anything down because I think so much of what a person frames can be misinterpreted so easily, right?
No, I think as soon as you said it, I was like, yeah, he probably means something concrete, or he wants it to be thought of as like not really beyond much the body, at least the phenomenology sort of thing.
Yeah, and that could go a carnal direction, right? Which I wouldn't want it to. Like perception is supposed to lead you. I say this a lot, like lead you into the deepening of that perception. So like I don't know, like it has a direction, like a path, like a rabbit hole, but at the same time, I don't want it to be like Alice in Wonderlandy too much.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where it's properly tuned to say like the mystery of presentness or grounding. But it is a question because I do work at like a lot of quasi philosophical problems, and then the question is often, very often, like a strong distrust of the language or the concepts being used, and a question about grounding that comes back repeatedly for me. And the philosophers that like I kind of trust the most, like Aristotle or Leibniz or Kant or Schopenhauer or somebody, like they all also felt like grounding was a serious problem throughout philosophy that most philosophers kind of forget, and then they're concept wars, and they're off in la la land, and maybe that's not a bad thing. Maybe that's just them being judgmental. Like I don't really, I can only say what I vibe with, and the people who take grounding really seriously, I tend to vibe with them really well.
Yeah. Can I say one more point? Because we were talking about communism, but that's because you had brought up, I think a lot of like maybe like conflicts of ideologies, or even maybe I don't know if you were bringing up point if you were meant if in that context you were thinking about religion too, because I think I said to you the other day, I was like, honestly, like they're not going to solve these like super scary sort of religious eschatological like ready to like like religious conflict stuff, but I was like, because it's not in their interest as institutions or even like identify people with identity, strong identity, and like probably like what are they, all people they know probably like involved in certain conflict and stuff. So like I was like, well, it's funny because especially the institution, I think is what I was talking about mainly. It's like as an outsider, like you can like it's not actually, I don't think a lot of these problems are hard. Like I don't think, and that's why the whole communism thing is difficult, because it's like when I don't think that like thinking is the hard part, you know, like it's not actually the hard part. It's the I guess it'd be like the wisdom to know when you are in the right time or kairos, even if it would even never occur in your life, right? But because I was saying to Wei, that guy, yeah, AI. I mean, he's talking about AI. He talks about worldviews. I was saying to him like, you know, it's crazy because I don't really think that like there's so much like ideological conflict that I don't see as like I have a sort of like another. I need to think of a better word. I have a like just like a kind of you know, like I was gonna say I was gonna say like psychotic. Like I can't think of a good word, but I have a the idea like is like that. I don't think that it would be that hard to sort of, you know, reduce the agitation between like those things, or even like reduce like the identities between them. You know, I mean, like, and I was saying to him like it's interesting because the fact that so many religions grow out of each other is just the allegory thing again, right? And it's the strata, right? So, say even just Judaic religions, right? Like if Christianity, you know, uses the Old Testament and that overlaps with, you know, Jewish, you know, culture, then like it's interesting to think that you can like read because I have this, did you read this stuff where I was talking about chiasmus? Is that how you say it? Like the rhetorical narrative structure that you'd see, you know, in classical and like in biblical texts, where they use kind of symmetry of sort of parts of a story that reflect each other across that, you know, some arc. It's a good way to put it. It's like a story arc where each part of the story arc has its counterpart in the other part of the symmetry. I mean, I don't know why I'm defining it because I'm sure you understand.
Yeah.
Sorry. But so I remember saying like, oh, this crazy like image. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
I was telling him like, oh, well, okay, if you can do that, if it's the case that you have these things grow out of each other and you think of it as this sort of, you know, symmetry, asymmetry thing where you're interpreting it or you're reading it, you're serializing something, you know, some corpus, some text in an interpretation that is actually not like the chiasmus, not as symmetrical archetype, but again, this is the idea, which you didn't like, I think, is the idea that you're using an archetype as a lens, you know, in a kind of like higher order function way. You're using it, so you're an archetype, you're a personality. A text or a portion of a text might contain a personality or a moral or something that you might say is roughly archetypal or has a pattern that might be more symmetrical, more asymmetrical, may have multiple dimensions, but you use that as a lens to see through, so that you have like some projection, right? But the thing is, if you think of it more as like not just the static thing, but a dynamic process where you're feeding back that projection, because really reading is like, you know, you're reading it, you know, and the idea is that, well, then you have, this is like getting weird because it's getting into this paradox semantic stuff, but you get a kind of something that you could think of as, you know, like I was using these cobweb diagrams as a metaphor to like a glass in a laser, right? Or a chalice, right? Because it's like the idea that you know, the parabolic map, you know, is a sort of like lens shape. It's a kind of round shape, and and the idea that when you make these cobweb diagrams for, like I say, a logistic map, that you can have these things where it's like, oh look, it's a chaotic orbit, or oh look, it's this, you know, and that the kind of whole kind of, you know, edge of chaos idea of like that specific orbit, you know. And anyway, so you have three classes, right? You have the chaotic, the periodic, or eventually periodic, and then the edge of chaos. So then you have these, or you could think of it, you know, maybe not in those terms, but in terms of like other sorts of symmetrical versus like more irreversible processes. And you're doing this kind of feedback. And so the idea is that you kind of, what you get is an output, right? And it's like, what's that is another archetype. And it's like curious that they're stratified, because it's like you could take the Old Testament and you could read it that way and you'd get something, but you could also take the New Testament, and it's like, or you could take some. I couldn't say the whole thing is chiasmatic. That'd be wrong, right? But you'd have to go find these scholars that like really carefully, outline which parts are, I guess. But you could generalize this past just the chiasmus thing into like just archetypes as lenses in general. But the thing is, it's cool is that you can like sort of do them in the sort of coupling of texts. You could do that across religions too. Like, I was thinking like, oh, well, it's kind of curious that that the main three that we associate with that context of Western, the West is, is a triad of, Christianity, or Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and I was like, well, like it'd be wild if, you did that kind of thing. Like what kind of weird sort of, I guess, harmony could you find in sort of like a triadic reading of those, such that like you basically, the whole point of that would be the sort of implosion thing, you'd be trying, it's like a nuclear fusion, confinement implosion thing, like where they're trying to like, or no, maybe another, I'm trying to think of the right metaphor, but the idea again is that you're trying to basically take those and find out of those an archetype that is the archetype that would be like the Parmenidean thing, Parmenidean thing, the thing that's like not a triad, but that is actually like the embodied, like thing, it's just weird because there's two metaphors, right? One's the sonoluminescence thing that I always use, right? It's the idea of that light, to use science physics speak, it's, you have conduction, convection, and radiation. But you also, would you also have, or maybe it's conduction, convection, then a convection cell. Yeah, conduction, convection, then a convection cell. Actually, why would I get radiation out of that? Actually, I'm sorry. It's weird because I was going a while back through a lot of physics and like making it all triadic. And I was like, I really think this can be done, but it's probably already implicit in all of that. But sorry, erase what I just said because that's confused. But yeah, so I'll just stop.
Well, you started out talking about like mediating all the religions, and then you were talking about the lineages, and then looking at like different schematic representations and the way that archetypes were reflected through. I guess like what I wonder is, again, this is you entertaining these things in a fairly distanced way, as like all the various representations all
I can
be spoken like locally or something.
It makes sense to me in a kind of philosophy of history sense of the fact that like religion is typically stratified. Like, in other words, because it's basically like a Marshall McLuhan thing, right? But maybe like but you take what kind of things he says about how like time goes on, technology changes, our representations change, that changes how our attention works, that can it melts into culture, like, so that like, the fact that like Christianity is what it is, like, it kind of makes sense for that time in history, like, so what I'm saying is that because there's, if you look at things in this kind of historical relational sense, in the same way that you might talk about, like, say, the triune brain, as the fact that, like, what I was saying earlier is that it makes sense that the R complex, limbic, and does he say neocortex? What does he say for the top part? I don't know. But he would say for that top part that it's spatial temporal niche in history, like, is that it evolved on top of the limbic system to integrate it, but also to be a larger spatial temporal, to kind of be tuned to a larger spatial temporal niche, because and because of the way that again, I know you don't believe in evolution, you said, but it still might work as a just design necessity logic of a Tower of Babel type way. The idea that lower things have to be of more multiplicity, more breadth and the things that go on top of that are more depth. But I know it's like going to be so confusing with the whole spatial temporal thing, but I'm pretty sure that all checks out. So I'm just saying that it's actually more like just saying it's physics, no, it's metaphysics, but it's metaphysics like really, like in a it's embodied metaphysics. How about that? In other words, there's metaphysics, but then what is that, like, actual?
But you're saying that ultimately all this would just mediate religions.
Yeah, exactly. But I was just kind of bringing that because I think it was around the time that I mean, I actually don't even hardly watch the news, but I think you had brought up about like ideology and maybe
Yeah,
like,
I was making
it's like people don't take it seriously, I guess, or they don't even really try.
Yeah, I was basically trying to contrast, with the more stoic versus the more invested, or like, I don't know, I guess Epicureans are the ones contrasted against Stoics. The garden that is the garden of pleasure is the way it's typically, but like there is an invested interest. So like stance taking, it's not just religion in the abstract, right? Like people who believe and cleave to something, they make a stance in their life, and that's why they have an inclination to like preserve or like fight for something that they feel like is threatened by something else. So, as far as harmony and mediation communication goes, I mean, this stuff reaches back to some of your comments on like, well, a real communist would, I don't know how you said it, but like would just communicate out all this stuff. And like, it kind of felt like you were saying almost like Plato's idea of like a person only does something wrong because they don't know the right, but once they learn the right, they do the right. Like it kind of,
Well,
I mean,
I think it's more that the other way around. Like, typically you become bind into something because you sort of like are healthy, and that you're out in the world and you become part of the world, right? But it's only if you're not that you have kind of a chance to become aware. But if you become too aware, then the awareness is kind of pathology, because the awareness is sort of like you see things. It's like as if you became like privy to like esoteric truths that like the whole point of the probably. I actually don't know. I mean, why revelations is like reveal. It's like, what are you revealing? Well, you're revealing what society is. You're revealing, that society isn't like that if society were to understand itself in like full awareness, then society couldn't exist as society. If your body, it's kind of the world works by blinding and veiling, and it's like with your friends or like if you're like the idea that like you see too much of somebody and then it's like you kind of like might become like kind of off put by it or something, because like you'd rather just like hang out on the weekends and like then you get to see the best of them, so it's kind of you get what I'm saying. So I'm just saying that they are doing what they do because that's just the normal way things go, but it's the hypocrisy is only apparent to me because I'm aware, that's all. Like, and it's like I have a really, because I'm naive and aware at the same time, like because I see the world in the naive way that I do, this kind of like the way that you might be like that you might represent some dumb person that just went through school, like and watched all and it consumed our culture, most of the world's culture, not most of the world, but there's some top the very much popular stuff. Like this is what their values would be. This is how they would see their world in this naive way. But then you add onto that all this awareness, but you don't add like any binding. Then that's kind of what you get, is that you're like, oh, this is all hypocritical, like, and it bothers me, and I'm naive, so I want to like say, hey, you don't even know what you're saying, like it's ridiculous, and you're way smarter than me, probably most of those people, but then I realized like, well, I just all this what I just said, so I can't, and because my values are actually like probably like the hardest, most hard-headed part of me that I can't really get beyond. It's like I kind of have a bad situation, and the whole idea of binding to me, it's like, oh, I'm too aware, like I'm not. If I'm aware, if I feel and I'm also very confident in my values, which is a lot of my value. I don't know. It just sounds like
let me throw this at you. Like the Catholic Church branded the Marcionites a heretic group because they actually didn't believe that the Judaic lineage should be continuous for Christians up into Christianity. They wanted to cut that off so that there's actually zero reference to Judaism or even the Old Testament. They didn't carry the Old Testament.
You hear crazy idea that it came to me. So I don't want to cut you off, but I don't want to forget this because it's so crazy. Is the other day I thought, like I know that Jews make a big part about blood and all that. I remember like even like meeting like people in high school. I remember a girl, she was like, I'm Jewish, and she was like, you're not Jewish by blood. You know, like they really think that blood, some of them at least. Yeah, but the idea occurred to me, I was like, what if Jews like weren't genetic at all? Like what if Jew is purely, you know, pure like but you know, even the Jews today, right, in Israel, like they, or I should say who they culturally descend from, like wasn't a people group in the same sense that like, you know, Aborigines Australians are, where they're purely like, you know, a lineage.
Well, I mean, they don't even believe that to some extent, because if you look at all the different covenants and you look at who can be engrafted and who can be cut out, there is not a pure, you know, there's not a pure line in a sense. Like even in Jesus's line itself, we've got like Zerubbabel, who's probably Zoroaster, which may be like the fount of Zoroastrian religion, about, you know, 6th century BC. So it's not just like Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. It's like potentially another branch is during Cyrus's rule of Persia, the Zoroastrian religion, which is pretty close to the Vedic religion. And given that the Vedic religion dates itself like 2 million years before any, like that, their history is like more extravagant than anybody else's history. If you were to like maybe not take that seriously, they might, you know, be much closer to. Anyway, however all that history shakes out, there's still, I guess what I was trying to get at is these dividing lines where people actually don't want to continue this sort of like say on the idea level, the idea level that you're talking about, where a lot of it could just be like archetypal fractals, or basically like some way to like communicate equivocally amongst them all, which is, you know, like for people like humanists or the Illuminati or different people, they're always this like, if we just bring in more light, everybody will get along. Plato kind of thought that, but you know, this all forgets that like
Illuminati.
Yeah, it's just the Enlightenment movement from like Adam worship or whatever that actually grew up.
Do you think that it's the headlights thing with the TIs, that they're trying to get them to think that they're the Illuminati?
I try not to think about the the Freemasons or the Illuminati or like some random esoteric group, because in the end, like I think when people have to make a stance, like somebody's coming at you with a knife and it's do or die, it ceases to be theoretical, right? It's not can we make the idea of getting stabbed by a knife get along with the idea of not being stabbed by a knife? And of course, theoretically, we can mediate those because they're both abstract. When it's actually happening, it's not an abstract thing anymore. So then people's stance taking in religion is like that. It's like, it's really, it is a war. It's an ideological war in a sense. And it's still, even like, I guess it's uncertain how people are leveraging their ideology or their religion, and whether if they're like a true Christian or a true Jew or whatever, like who knows, God knows the heart of men. So, but the prospect of an optimism that sees through all this stuff, and that, bridges are built and light is shown, I think it does come back somehow to being real. I mean, it's sort of kind of like generic, but if people are more grounded and their stance taking is truly them, then the only question then is, are they delusional or are they grounded? Or, like it comes down to like error and truth. But stance has to be there, like stance taking in a vital, concrete sense, where like your life is threatened, those, or your children's lives or whatever, those are all real issues that I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is like, however communication or the message or the medium, however those things come to bear on civilization, we still have our oldest concerns, which is, very, very simple concerns that no transhumanist, no AI worshiper, no great capitalist or great communist is ever going to change. They're very, like, very basic concerns. You know what I mean? Like, comes back to like you know, your health and your friends and your loved ones and what journey you could take together.
Yeah, I mean, except for the fact that like I'm harassed if I ever go out in public, like so kind of hard to like make friends. You know, it's interesting because to finish the point with the Jew thing was that what I was trying to say was that, you know, just like a king, right? Is this something? I mean, obviously a king would be tied to a life span, right? But a president isn't, right? But it's interesting that like if you have a people group, what if you have a people group that's functional, but it's actually functional in a cyclical way? You know, it sounds kind of like weird because like
I mean, Abraham worshipped Shemesh, the Babylonian sun god, before he was when he was Abram, right? Before he became
so you see
Abraham.
that they would be the like a Babylonian successor, like, but
I mean, it was in other words, it was a decisional covenant. It wasn't, you know, it wasn't ostensibly. It could kind of be a bloodline thing if you were to say like Adam, second Adam, but that would force you to be like seeing Adam and the Jewish tradition is definitely culminating in Jesus. So it would take it like Messianic Jews only. It would say Abraham is related to Adam, and that genealogy is like what secures Judaism, and that's just the Abrahamic covenant. It doesn't really speak it like the like the covenant with Israel, like Jacob, or like, you know. Then all that stuff is conflated by like race theory and like who are Semitic people, or who was Shem after Noah came down, or was like Ham, you know, black, or was Shem Jewish, and was Noah white, and was Japheth Asian or something. Like there's race theories and there's like all these different things people try to make out of those texts, right? And the Jewish temperament, I guess I would like what the synagogues teach and what kind of uh, uh, I don't know, indoctrination or education system there is something like, you know, the modern day idea of like right of return and are you Jewish by your mother, or all that kind of stuff. That's actually kind of recent. Like people weren't, there's only certain sects that were talking about that kind of thing in like the 1500s or the 1300s or 1100s, when we, you know, actually the records start to whittle down pretty small. If you just look back to the Old Testament, there's no real evidence for that, right?
That's interesting.
There's marrying foreign wives. Like, so how can somebody marry foreign wives and then their children be Jewish if like you're only Jewish through like if your mother's Jewish?
Kind of makes me think of like the whole thing with Plato and the whole cycle of kings, you know, in the sense that like not in the sense of like it's just the idea of what you see anywhere in life cycles, and the idea that like things like even you can see America now in the government, right? That's like they're trying to hold on a little too hard to things and like to the whole thing of like starting to emphasize blood, you know, when if it isn't really like that's not really like, you know, but it's more like about the covenant, you know, then it's like, oh well, it sounds like a kind of fear, you know, like a clamp down on like authority, I guess, you know, like if that's how they see themselves, like it's just like a king, you know, because like I'm saying, imagine all the king cycles of Plato, you know, they're just one person. It's like a personality cycle, you know. It's like then you get, that's kind of how I was thinking of it, you know, like because I'm saying that that's it would be, I'm just like speculating without any reason or even like a pattern to go by, except just as at like it was just like this is like I get so bad at this, like I need to really calm down. But just the idea that like, okay, well, why is there another cycle there? That'd be an interesting cycle, you know, because you know it's just everything's going to be cycle, and if it's something that's going to last for long enough time, that is something that is on top of organic life, at least I would think. I mean, especially something that is like, yeah, like I mean, that seems to make sense to me. I mean, I can't think of any. I mean, the thing is, the question is it like here we have? I was thinking when I do these kind of think about this image in terms of image, like, you know, if a democracy is just an election, is that a cycle? Because really, like, you know, it's not like the state dies and goes and you know and has offspring, you know, like so it's like that. I guess there's a breadth of like I need to sort of like become. Anyways, sorry, you probably like don't like that, but Yeah, maybe I think it's we should probably go. Yeah. It's
Yeah,
funny.
well,
Oh,
it was good. It was good to hear your musings and yeah. I hope that I didn't insult you at any point. I didn't mean to at all.
no.
That's not my
Hey,
intention.
I don't think.
Or I tend to maybe be combative or something, or maybe take too strong a stance. But some of these primitive things, like the cogito ergo sum, the kind of thing, or the universe exists. Some of these things that might seem simple, or God is love, like we're saying them in language. We're trying to make the best sense of them we can. Um, but ultimately, we all have these stories to bring to bear and these ideas. Probably, it's hard to measure how worth these seeds are, dropping on soil. Maybe they all die. Maybe they all go dormant, and maybe they never grow. But maybe some of them grow.
Yeah. I mean, all my ideas are like one idea. He's like, do you think that's believable that when I don't know about what Wayne would say, he probably doesn't. That when TI, I said about TIs because target we need like a better term. We need like PR. It's just the idea that, do you think that the idea that people flash their brights in this kind of weird way is like, I mean, obviously it's probably not an intentional, or it's probably not a manual thing. Do you think that even is anything, or do you think that's like paranoid, cheap paranoid, like over heightened sense of like aware of paranoid, what's the word? Like a kind of permanent flight or flight thing? Or do you think that's actually like something that happens? Like whether it's, there's a lot of explanations that differ pretty widely.
I just think people are clumsy and they flash the lights. I don't try to read anything into the intention.
I mean, not you. I mean, you would know it if it was happening to you.
Oh,
like it either happens to you, or you don't. I mean, like it's like, yeah, I guess you don't. You obviously probably wouldn't have looked into it because nobody would unless it was happening to them. But I mean, I'm sure it happens to Helm as much as he talks about other stuff. I mean, probably has said, yeah. Anyways, I just curious. I was curious, like.
No, I've never heard of that. I mean, I flash my lights at people when I think there might be a deer on the road or something. I kind of wonder,
I mean, I live in Austin.
Did they take that as a deer, or do they think that I'm letting them know there's a cop down the road and a speed trap or something?
No, I mean, this is like.
Is this like subliminal stuff, or like, it's like.
No, yeah, it's definitely. I mean, it's either. Okay, I don't want to. I mean, you probably don't want to listen to this, so and we can go into stuff like like for example, it's either like photic stimulation or it's something to bounce signals off of somebody for like an inverse problem, like type of like thing going on. It's but I think definitely the most likely thing is that it is a psychological thing. But what exactly is it? Agitation? Is it related to this? Like I said before, with the acoustic, there's frequency following response. Is flashing somebody with brights?
I mean, I actually like bright lights, so because I stare at the sun on a regular basis. Like I try to build up my time longer and longer. And
probably entrainment, yeah.
So like I always find it like kind of endearing when somebody flashes their lights, rather than like I've never felt paranoid about it or try to read anybody's intentions.
I mean, with these LEDs, it's freaking bright. Like it'll make me close my eyes.
Not if you've been staring at the sun. I mean, I always. I mean, I never wear sunglasses or anything either. I used to be pretty photosensitive.
Oh, this is cool. If you wear sunglasses, the right kind, like I bought these sunglasses that have polarized circular lenses that are manually like circulatable. And you can take them, look, and then push them down and look with your normal eyesight, and just wearing those will like have people's bright light flashing like cut down by like 80-90%. So it seems to imply that it's a kind of circuit, like that and that when it's very just like the beat frequency to to your ear fatigue thing, that that is actually intentional. It's not about you. You could block your ears and stop it, right? If you do it with enough ear blockage, but you can also block it, by entraining your own subconscious to sort of chaotic dripping of water, onto your skin, so that you kind of mess with your brain enough for it to, so I guess, like, because of the low level things, just like the Jewish, speculation I had about the Jewish, I forget what it's Tikka, what is that?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I had a whole speculation about that, but the whole paradigm now I realize is just low level direct intentional control, typically of like some, maybe introducing a chaotic process that will capture your subconscious but not your conscious attention, so that you can like do work and stuff, and then you basically can't get entrained to, at least the things that I can notice, so I do think that like that was the acoustic, but we were talking about flat headlights then. But yeah, it's a whole psychotronic thing going on, right? Is it just always been the case? And to me, because it's weird, because if it really is the case that like but my point is that the pouring water in your head thing, that seems to the fact that headphones work, or pouring water on your head will work, means that it's not about the openness of like your sensory sort of like, your ears, to something. It's about your attention itself. Because if you can do something from the other way and capture your attention, then it can't be pushed into a sleep state. But if you can also just block the medium, but the thing is, really you need to do both to really be pretty successful. You talking like this, that's a great way to not get entrained. I mean, as people probably know.
Or like 30 years ago, when like so many bugs are hitting your windshield, you're so concerned about the bugs that you're not concerned about the headlights anymore.
I mean, there were never headlights back then, but
well, not the super bright ones, but yeah.
It's funny because one time that reminds me, I put my bed in my like wooden kind of frame of my bed in storage, and like that when I came to get out of the storage a few days later to move into my next apartment, like there was probably like 200 dead crickets, like that had got, because they'll get under there for shade, I assume, I guess. But I remember thinking like, there's probably like weird like cricket. I mean, I did clean it, but like still.
Weird cricket cemetery below the bed.
Yeah, but I actually don't have it anymore. So, but it was the case for why I had that bed, that I would have crickets sort of like get through my wall, and that would never really. They were like climbing from the outside of the building into my room through the wall, and I was just like, God, they really want to get in here, like that's crazy, and so yeah, I mean, we're really getting off on like storytelling now, so.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna go say goodnight to my son, so I'll say goodnight to you guys first.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'm tired, so I'll talk to you later.
All right, see you, man. Good to talk to you, man. Thanks
for
posting.
Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, see you, Wayne.
All right, y'all have a great night.
You too, man.
Somebody was in the back. Oh.
What's that?
I think somebody was in the back, but I didn't know.
Oh, well, God bless you, brother. It was good to hear you talk. We'll have to talk another time when Arizbe's not quite so verbose.
All right, man.
All right, catch you later.
All right. Good night, Tammy Lynn, if you're still there.